My audio. All right. How do we sound, folks?
Hello.
Welcome back to Phineas Flynn's Law, and this 2 weeks, we have Joshua Pruett on from Milo Murphy's Law and Phineas and Ferb to talk about writing for both of those shows. So, yeah, Josh, just give a quick introduction to yourself for those who don't know you.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Joshua Pruett, and I'm a writer and storyboard artist. I started my career in feature animation at DreamWorks. I was there for about 5 years. Before that, I worked in production on movies like B-Movie and Shrek the Third and Over the Hedge. So that's how I actually got my foot in the door. After DreamWorks decided they were kind of done with me because I was kind of doing more writing than drawing, and so I wasn't easily castable. I ended up doing stuff in the Dragon franchise, like I co-wrote Book of Dragons, which ended up being a DVD special. And then I had to find a job, and ended up I took a story test for Turtles, and they didn't like the test. And I took that test to Phineas and Ferb and to Lego Movie, and I got 2 job offers in the same week.
Oh, so it's kind of like
And
just a general story that you would pitch for different shows to see how they would adapt it, or...
it was actually a test to be a storyboard artist for Turtles at Nickelodeon.
Oh, I gotcha.
And when I turned it in, they didn't like it. They thought I had like spiked the ball, and I had really done my best at the time.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And so I took that same test to Dan and Swampy. I got to meet Dan and Swampy, and I took it over to the team at Lego Movie and got a job offer based on that failed test.
That's crazy.
It was nuts. And I ended up, the money was identical. And so I ended up picking Phineas and Ferb, and my whole life changed.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. So when you went to Phineas and Ferb, had you watched it beforehand, or was this like just kind of throwing the
I
show
had,
out there?
but my kids were very small, and so I had acquaintances who knew Dan and Swampy and who knew like Aliki Theophilus on that show.
Oh yeah, she was a
But
big board artist on Phineas.
absolutely, and director and showrunner now. And but I wasn't super familiar with it. And at that point, it was at its height. So it's like season 3, I think, was airing. And I came on to start on season 4.
Alrighty, yeah. So what was your favorite? Did you have a favorite episode going in? One that you were just like, oh, I want to work on Phineas and Ferb because I saw this episode, or
I figured out pretty fast that I love Doof and Candace.
Doof and Candace?
So yeah, so like, and I ended up like, especially towards Doofenshmirtz, like I love writing for his voice. But what I didn't learn until I was actually on the show was how much of that show is actually Doof and Candace. The boys are kind of the catalyst for the story. They get things going, but they don't change very much.
Right.
And so one of the things that I noticed is really interesting, because a lot of people who love the show, it comes under fire the most often when Phineas has highs and lows emotionally.
Oh yes, he's very intense emotional characters, like very high, or
and I think what's interesting is that it's because it's only in the longer episodes where we tend to give him that much material.
Right, because otherwise it's just like, what are we gonna do today? Inventions up,
right,
and inventions down.
Yes, and usually it's Candace who has all the levels, and it's Doofenshmirtz who has all the levels. Right, they're the ones who are making mistakes.
Right.
But when you watch the show, you're not really thinking about that. When you watch the show, you're like, oh, that Phineas and Ferb, they're so much fun, and they are. But Candace and Doof carry the burden of the story.
Right.
Because they're the ones who like fail. They're the ones who tend to arc.
Talking about that on last day of summer, were you the one who boarded the When Tomorrow Is This Morning Again with Candace and Doof? Did you get to do that? Or
no, I didn't. I was doing the stuff where some of it got cut, but it was like where Candace keeps doing it over and over again. And it keeps getting worse. And so I did one where they were like talking brains, and there was like a giant foot. Like this was like one of the things about when you're working on a board driven show, right? And you have to pitch it to the whole team.
Right.
Like, one of the things you're trying to do is make everybody laugh. So one of the best things is that the way this works is that when you're pitching, so you're sitting at a computer like this, and you're like tapping through your boards, right?
Right.
So you have the control over all the reveals. So at a certain point, you get good at that rhythm.
And the
at that
pacing
time
of
frame.
making sure the jokes hit, even if they're not like the best material, just the timing of
Absolutely.
it, you can make it sell.
Yes. So part of what I tried to do, because you can't do it all the time, but part of what I was trying to do was like, I want to blow everybody's mind in the room with like the weirdest idea or the silliest visual. And so at one point I put in like, yeah, there's like floating brains, and Candace just walks in and then just walks out again.
Oh.
And I remember Dan Dan cracked up, and like, that's what you want. You want your team to die laughing.
Right. Yeah. So on last day of summer, I'm thinking. So you were the one who had to spin everything differently 100 times.
Yeah,
It's like,
it was.
Who says you can't have it all?
Yeah. Like, there's a couple of shots where it's like you're underneath the thing that they're making, and it's like spinning in space. It was nuts. And I am not, like, as far as drawing goes, like, I don't think that's my superpower.
Yeah.
So I was just doing my best, but I mean, some of the stuff they were making there at the end was completely insane.
Yeah. It's like for everything, it's like just little bits of every invention from the series, and
Yeah, we were trying to do references. And then I think at one point, I don't think this is in, but at one point I did a thing where it's like there's a big hand that like slurps a straw, and the coaster goes up in the straw, and the hand like taps like this. The hand taps the top of the straw like this and lifts them up and then drops them. and like I think that ended up getting cut. I think there's one that's still in, I want to say, where it's like the power ball, the like electricity ball.
yes, that does, and they go
That
into it, and then
one
they
may have
reappear in
been
the other
good.
one. It's like teleportation. Oh, you froze. We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Yep. Yep.
I'm waiting for you to come back.
Uh,
There it is. But yeah, that
Okay, cool.
that one definitely made it in.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, what was the first meeting like with Dan and Swampy? Did you like go out for lunch after they gave you the job, or is it just kind of like come into work and we'll see you there?
It was really interesting. Like, they were super friendly. Like, they Swampy specifically called out in my storyboard test because I had drawn a ground plane, and he was thrilled because Swampy was working with layout, and he wanted to make sure that some of that stuff was coming through in the storyboards. I also had a friend, Rob Porter, who was a board artist at DreamWorks, and he worked with Dan and Swampy back in the Nickelodeon days. So he had actually called and made a recommendation, and my friend Kat Good had called Aliki and made a recommendation. And so by the time I came in, Aliki had chatted with Dan and Swampy, and Rob had chatted, and so they really laid pipe for me, so that I think the guys were receptive. And they said it was like on the job interview. So they said it was myself and Eddie Pittman, and they said, we'll give you a board. They'll bring us in house for one show, and it was like a tryout. And I was a little bit nervous. It was just great to have work, so I was focused on that, and I wanted to impress them, obviously.
Right.
But I want to say like 3 weeks in, like 4 weeks in, I think Dan and Swampy came by the office, and they're like, well, we want you guys to stick around. So, if you guys want to, you can.
It's like in that
And
cliche,
we were like-
the character's about to deliver bad news, and then it turns out to actually be good news.
Yeah, they were teasing us a lot.
That's fun.
And then I think when they left the room, I think Eddie and I had to turn to each other and go, we just got offered a job, right? That's actually what happened, right? Okay.
We didn't just imagine it.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool. So, what were some of you talked a little bit about it for last day of summer. What were some of your favorite like jokes or moments that did make it into the show that you came up with?
So let's see. there's some stuff in Primal Perry that I really like the Baljeet and the backyard stuff.
Oh yeah.
And that was one of the first songs I got to. Well, actually, no, I co-wrote the song for Your Eyes Only, and I got to do that with Rob Hughes.
Was that
And
was that a reskin of Football X7 or was it an original song? I can't remember.
I don't remember because we rebuilt some of it, so I think it was maybe just a reskin. But I remember like I did like a rock yell. I was like, yeah, like for just the temp track. But I can't fit like it's possible that my voice is still in there, but I'm not sure.
That's hilarious.
Because I think probably Aaron probably sang it. He probably sang the rock scream.
Yeah.
And then yeah, so I was stoked about the stuff in I can't in Primal Perry. And that was also the first time I got to work with Kyle Menke, which was great.
I've heard
Like
many good things about Kyle Menke, and I know he
is
continues
such
to board on Milo, but all his action scenes that like he specifically pointed out, I've just been like, whoa, okay, that definitely stood out.
he's kind of like he's like a super genius, and he's the sweetest guy, and like I just adored working with him. I loved working with all my partners, but like I was so in awe of what Kyle was capable of. It was also really interesting because I think he's a good writer, but he tends to just lean on his superpower, right?
Which is the boarding.
Right. And so that's what was the fun, is that I felt like my superpower was writing and his was boarding, but we tried to help each other, you know?
Right.
That's what was cool about working in a partnership on a board-driven show, is that you're trying to lift each other up, you know?
Right. Take the best ideas and build on them. It's the
That's
yes
right.
and philosophy.
Absolutely, yes, and improv style.
There you go. So Night of the
Yeah.
Living Pharmacists.
Yeah.
So how did this come out? How did you get to pitch it, and what was the process of it? Deleted stuff from it that maybe got a little bit darker and Disney had to take out? Oh, you're frozen again. You're back, I think,
So
sort
what?
of.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm gonna.
There you are. You're moving. I see it.
Okay. So what happened was, when I was at DreamWorks, I was always trying to pitch features. I was always trying to pitch extra stuff on the outside, like personal work.
Right, since you're already
And
there.
so when I got to Phineas, I tried. That's what I figured. And so when I got to Phineas, I kind of asked around. I was like, "Hey, do you know the way the structure is set up? Is that Scott and the writers? So it was Scott and Danny and Martin and Jim, and John Barry, I think, had left at that point. But they were writing, and then we would get the outline, and the storyboard teams would write and board the episodes.
Right.
So I was like, "Hey, can I pitch ideas for this?" And it sounded like a lot of people done that, and the people who had it hadn't gone through. So I was like, "Let me try." And so I
It's worth
actually
a
put
shot.
together a list of ideas. Yeah, because what at DreamWorks, it's like, that's how I actually got the storyboard job in the first place. Is I asked if I could take a story trainee test. They told me no. I waited for a year for those people to get fired, and then I asked again, and I got in. And this was like in 2006 at DreamWorks.
If you know your
So
work
I
is
keep
better, you just
using
got to
this
wait for the opportunity. Get the stuff there, and
and don't take no for an answer.
there you
And
go.
so same thing on Phineas. I was like, "Oh, cool. Well, let me pitch ideas to Scott." And so I didn't know him. I just knew him from the show. And I was like, "Hey, can I pitch you ideas?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And so I pitched him an idea where Phineas and Ferb went back and met Walt Disney, and they actually helped him invent Disneyland.
That's really cool.
And of course, obvious reasons we can't do it. Like there's rules about us not advertising Disneyland. That there's those sorts of things. And then I pitched like 2 or 3 other ideas that they had kind of done, and then I pitched a zombie idea. And at the time, I didn't know that they had been trying to do zombies for like 4 years.
Really?
And I'm a huge zombie fan, obviously. And I was like, well, we can't really do zombies on Disney Channel, but what if they were Doofenshmirtz? And then you did all of the cliches about zombies with Doof.
Which
And so I
that's
thought it
a
was
very
like
Phineas and Ferb thing.
Right. And at that point I was getting into the rhythm of the show and understanding it. And I was like, oh, this is such a win because we can get away with using the tropes of zombie movies. And also, Dan would get to do all the voices.
Lots of me.
I was like, I was appealing to my boss, you know? And for 5 hot, actually going to be a full decom.
5 hot seconds?
And this was it. This was in the middle. Yeah. So like, oh, I'm unstable again. Hello,
yeah, it's unstable.
hello.
That's what I was kind of filling in. It looks stable now. I say that,
okay.
but Murphy's Law.
Okay. Okay.
Nope.
Who knows?
Okay. Yeah. Just keep going. I'll let you know if the audio cuts out.
Great. So for 5 hot seconds, it was going to be a decom, and it was actually like Dan came and told me like in the lunch area, and I was so excited because the last decom was Second Dimension, you know, and Second Dimension is awesome, right?
Right.
So I was like, oh my god, if I get to co-write a special like that, that's amazing. And then it turned out Disney was starting to rethink what season 5 was going to be, and so then it became one of the hour-long specials.
So were you guys done? Like, did you write all of the 22 minutes, and then once you had exhausted those, but they hadn't aired, then you worked on the hour-longs, and they just kind of put those in?
Yep.
So so you guys finished like Doof 101 and Father's Day before you started working on like Phineas and Ferb Save Summer?
Yep.
That's weird.
Yeah, it got really messy in there because the studio didn't know what they wanted to do. At some point, we got the message that the studio wanted events, and because they could sell that, right? So they could package that with Descendants.
It'll keep the viewers. You're lost. We lost you sound wise.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Descendants. Hold on.
Descendants. Yeah. Yep.
So you're saying they could package stuff and put it with Descendants. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Deal with the chat a little bit, but yeah. So they would package the big specials and keep viewers after their bigger specials, so to speak.
Yep. And so that's like the Star Wars special and Pharmacist and all of that.
Star Wars, they gave you a little extra time. Was that just because it was Star Wars, or? Because I know Star Wars goes like 51 minutes, and it's like, ah!
I think Dan and Swampy were like, come on,
it's Star Wars.
It's Star Wars. What the heck, guys?
Like it's cross branding. Take the extra 3 minutes of ads and
come on.
It's gonna be Star Wars toys.
Right.
Exactly. So yeah. So you went back, you did all the specials, and then Alka Files. That was the last thing that you worked on for Phineas, or was it Last Day of Summer?
So it was actually Last Day, and then I left for like 2 months. I went to Paramount Feature Animation and worked in development there for a little while. And then Scott called me to come back because at that point we had written Pharmacist together and we were buddies. And he was like, dude, come back and do Alka Files. And so I actually came back as a writer. So I actually got to do that for like 5 months.
Because that was a series that Dan Swampy were trying to get Disney to pick up, right?
That was the idea. I mean, that everyone was very careful about how we talked about it because they didn't want to set any expectations.
Right.
But that was the idea, was that we would do more stories using the Alka characters.
Which makes sense. I know you had done a thread a while back about some of the dropped ideas, like the Millinator.
Oh, the Milliner. That was something I wanted to know. Like, sometimes this is not great, and I'm guilty of this, but like, I want to get into the mythology. So
yeah,
it's like I'm not somebody who's like, I want to know who Phineas's dad is. Like that. There's lots of people who are into that, and that's not as important to me. But like I want to know who designed the hats. Like
Right, for
I thought
Alka.
that would be such a cool, like to meet that character and see different kinds of hats. Like not to explain it so that the mystique is gone, but to actually add to the mystique.
To have that character. Yeah. And then
Kind of like a Q character in James Bond. You
yeah.
know?
And what was the idea behind the what was it? The monogram having Perry clones and Perry dying?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
guessing that was going to be tough to sell from the get-go.
yeah. I mean, it's you try to pitch as much stuff as you can. And for me, I like to be really fearless with my ideas and to just go for it. And so I thought it would be so cool if you found out that there were all these Perrys. Like the Perry was like the ultimate spy.
Agents like
Yeah. And like so they could never like they couldn't risk not having a Perry. And it's really interesting because
was that like a
whatever
season plot line, or was that just for the special? Because like I know you're saying you were worried about how you talked about it, but did you have ideas for like going down the line with the season?
I was thinking that it would be part of the show.
Okay.
Yeah. Not the special, because that, I mean, even just pitching it, Dan and Swampy were like, get out of the room. Josh, get out of here.
It was almost as bad as if you had pitched Perry having a girlfriend.
Mhm. Right. See, I won't pitch that, but I'll pitch the other thing.
Exactly. Not the thing the creators have given a definitive no to.
Right. I'll pitch everything else.
It's like, how far can we push it? All right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and creatively, like that's what really interests me, you know.
Well, especially in entertainment for all ages, you know, because there's so many
Yeah.
shows where it's they don't take advantage of the fact that they're not allowed to do dirty this or go down this plot line. But with Phineas and Milo, you guys really take advantage of all the opportunities presented by the shows and the audience and everything and so on.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Like that's important to us.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, it's like you have these restrictions, but you could creative, if it's a box, right? But box, you go up and down within those parameters, It doesn't confine you in 3 dimensions. It's just here. It's only in 2, that's how I look at it.
Right.
Like the sandbox can actually be really freeing,
Right. Because you can build as high as you want just as long as you stay in the sandbox.
That's right.
Something like that.
No, that's it, man.
That's it?
The analogy. That is it. Yeah.
All right, I got it. That's good. So yeah, we talked about Alka Files. So Milo, was that after Alka Files, or because I know Dan and Swampy said they had like 2 or 3 pitches, but it wasn't until Dan actually made the animatic for Milo that it got picked up, because he was about to leave
so it was,
for a project. I think it was DreamWorks, maybe.
I think he was pitching and talking to a lot of people, and I think it was like a year or more later. So what had happened was we were working on Alka.
So this was like circa 2013, 14.
I think so.
Wow,
we were working on Alka. I ended up on Sherman and Peabody for almost a year, and then that's when Mansion was going.
So you were developing the Haunted Mansion series for 18 months ish
while I was at DreamWorks, and then I was able to get full time at Disney for like 3 months before everything fell apart. And that was when Dan first showed us the animatic for Milo.
Gotcha.
So
yeah,
that was like,
it's always a funny story because like he says like all the other pitches I had were equally as good, but I actually made the animatic for Milo, and that's what got it.
Yeah, he sat down and he just started making that.
Would you say that's in the show?
Okay, I want to show you something, and I was like, "What the heck?
This is great."
Say that again.
So when you're pitching, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're pitching a show, would you recommend like having like shooting your own test demo, even if it's like really rough, to help sell the show versus just like having a show bible and a script in your experience pitching?
These days, yes.
So they can kind of visualize it.
Yeah, I think the development process can be really can really hobble you sometimes, and it's nobody's intention. But if you go in there with a really clear idea, like, and you're like, look, this is what it is. This is what I want. Now, granted, when Dan and Swampy do that, people pay attention more than when like I do that, right?
Right, because I mean they have their names attached to Phineas and Ferb directly.
Right. But in my experience, when you come in with something, with a board, with animation, like, it just helps your argument. And granted, you want the show Bible, you want all that material, but like, you know, the Bible for Milo didn't exist. Like, Dan just had the animatic.
Which is so funny because he always talks about how one of the big things that they did in whatever little material they created for that was extreme hereditary Murphy's Law, which is never actually brought up in the show itself.
No. I think that's like Swampy and Dan sitting together and going, hey, that sounds funny. And then we just put it in the Bible later.
And then it's just, it's one of those where it doesn't really come up because you don't really get the doctor's perspective on Milo all that much in the show.
No.
We know that he has his own suite at the hospital, which I still think is fantastic.
It's named after him, right?
And in First Impressions, you know, Bridget doesn't know that Milo's a boy until Murphy's Law starts happening. It's like, you know, it makes sense that they would avoid the hospital just until they absolutely needed to go there.
Just because that's the safest thing, you know.
It's like, all right, we're having a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did this question. Were Cavendish and Dakota part of another pitch, or did you find them as characters while you guys were developing Milo?
So what happened was Dan had done the animatic, and Swampy was writing with him, and they were punching it up. And we looked at that and we're like, oh, cool. Like, these characters are super clear. And one of the first things, so Scott and I and Danny Viteri joined the team. We were the first writers on the team. And so our first job was actually getting material together for the Bible. So one of the first things that Scott said is that we have to have the doof people.
Uh-oh, lost you again. Nope.
That are having another.
I lost you at doof people. We have to have the doof people.
Okay, how about now?
Now you're good.
Okay, good. You have to have the people that you cut away to.
Right.
And so the three of us started building Cavendish and Dakota and pitched them to Dan and Swampy, and they thought it was really fun. And we were like, yeah, you guys who do the voices, it's a different kind of... So what we were deciding was, we thought it'd be cool if Milo was semi-serialized. So Phineas and Ferb is episodic all the way.
Right.
You can watch any episode in almost any order, right? And that was totally appropriate for a cable watching, like, strategy.
Right.
But by that point, Netflix already existed. People were talking about, you know, more serialized storytelling. And so we were like, okay, cool. What if we split the difference, like X-Files? So the three of us were X-Files fans back when, like Danny and Scott and I.
Yeah.
Like Scott had actually written an X-Files spec. Danny's like a super fan. I'm original Dyed in the Wool fan too. And that show was semi-serialized. So it'd have like 3 or 4 episodic, and then a big thing about Mulder and his dad.
Right. So you have a little bit of both. Yeah.
You get a mix.
Which is
so
really
we were
nice.
like, hey, this would be a cool way to do both. And Dan and Swampy really liked the idea. They thought it was cool.
And you want to have Dan and Swampy play off each other, because that never really got to happen in Phineas and Ferb.
Absolutely.
Doof and Monogram were different worlds.
And that was like a major thing, is that we're like, oh, that would be so funny. Like, because that's how, again, it's like, it's not literally Dan and Swampy, right?
Right.
It's aspects of their personality. But we're like, oh, then they can be in the same room. Like, and as it was, like, they would direct each other, when they're doing it. Like,
ad-lib, improv, all that good stuff.
And so we knew that would be a lot of fun. And so that's where that came from.
That's
and
really
then
cool.
Jim Bernstein and Martin joined the team, and we just started building what that part of the show could be. And then we're like, oh, this is great. This show is working on more than one level.
Was Danny on board from the beginning or no?
Danny was there day one.
Day one, all right.
Like we would not have Cavendish and Coda if not for her. Because she, again, in fact, she was the person who was like, oh yeah, it should be like Doctor Who and X-Files. And so that's where Dr. Zone came from. And initially, our initial discussions.
The Twilight Zone and Doctor Who and the X-Files.
That's it. And when we pitched it to Dan, we were worried that he wouldn't want to do the Doctor Who thing. Like, he thought we worried that it would be too inside baseball.
Right.
But when we pitched it, he was like, no, let's do Doctor Who. He's like, Josh, you kind of know this, so let's go in that direction. And I was like, okay.
That was one where you're like, this is totally going to get shot down, but it made it in.
Absolutely. And like Swampy is an Anglophile like me. He loves British stuff. And so he's familiar enough with it, and he knew that I was so passionate about it, and he was like, yeah, like, let's do that.
Bring the beans on toast.
Exactly. Exactly.
No, so that's really cool. Was there any part of Milo that was specifically like different from Phineas as far as like the production process? Because I know Phineas was definitely board driven, but Milo, you got credited as writers and such. So
it was a script driven series. I think at that point, a lot of the talent from Phineas had gone on to direct.
They all went on to bigger things.
They went on to bigger things, and so getting the kind of talent who could write and draw, like, they were feeling internally like they couldn't find those people.
Right. And
so at that point, Dan and Swampy were like, well, then let's just switch to writer-driven then. And I was thrilled at the opportunity.
You're like, yes, I get to write scripts.
I was like, this is fantastic. With
characters that I pitched and all that good stuff.
Yeah. And like, you know, Dan and Swampy were very open. And so I felt like we all had some ownership in the birth of Milo grew into. That's a gift. Not shows are comfortable doing that. So in no way would I say like I co-created the show. I didn't, you know, but like they allowed me to like contribute at a fundamental level.
Exactly.
And so creatively, I felt like I got to be a part of what we made, you know?
It feels like a very, like it's a personal show, but it's also a passion project, which I think comes through in the final. Like, I'm not saying that Phineas wasn't a passion project, but at times it was Disney's corporate baby. So it was like, you know, we got to make sure it does this and this and this. But like Milo is it takes more risk, kind of goes outside the ballpark because is it confident? Yeah, I think that's the right word. It's very confident.
Maybe, and we're very idiosyncratic.
Yeah,
like, I think Phineas is absolutely a weird show.
Definitely.
But I think its heart and its sensibilities are very classic. And Milo, I think, is a little bit of an odder duck.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's like, I think there's some heart in Milo, absolutely. And, you know, I certainly worked hard to get that in there. But it's a stranger show. It's a fundamentally stranger show.
This is true. Like how do you even talk about it to people? Like, I try to get friends to watch it. It's like,
I know.
What do you say, really? It's like...
It's hard, man. And I feel like that's... I don't know. I'm so proud of the work we did, but I feel like that's a bummer. You know, and I feel like that's part of why it was hard to get the eyeballs on it, you know?
Yeah, when I first... It was... When I first heard about it, it was very much... People were telling me, oh... it's not as good as Phineas. So I was like dismissive. And then I saw Doof was in the season 1 finale, Fungus Among Us. So I was like, all right, I gotta check this out. The very poorly done Wikipedia page said there's only 2 story arc episodes, Missing Milo and Fungus Among Us. So I watched the free pilot on YouTube, and then I bought Missing Milo, and I was so confused. I was like, all right, we're gonna go back through this and figure out what's happening. And then by the time I finished it, I was waiting 1.5 years for the crossover.
Oh no, man, so painful. Like the only people who felt the pain more was us.
Definitely.
Like obviously it was brutal for you guys, but it was like intolerable for us.
Like, why didn't Disney just do the crossover? Because, like, you could have aired that by itself without the rest of season 2 and made that an event.
I do not have an easy answer for that, man. That was above our pay grade.
Al was like, "Oh, it's coming out in August."
It was brutal. It was brutal.
And then I think at the end of it, I was like, it was a weird decision to save it for a year and a half, but it's finally on Disney Channel.
Yeah, I mean, then I guess the nice thing is now that it's up, people can see what we intended,
right?
Which is great. But maybe we would have been able to do a third season. That would have been awesome.
I do feel like that episode kind of stands alone though, as far as because like season 2, you start with Snow Way Out, which is redoing the pilot.
Yeah.
So like it's very much it could have been a theatrical.
Absolutely, it could have been. Absolutely, it could have been. Yeah.
Yeah. So we already talked about this. When developing the overall story, a lot of it you got to pitch because they brought you onto the development team and pitch ideas. And how much did Dan and Swampy contribute to like the plot lines and the story post like the pilot? Because you never see them credited for writing or anything. It's always just executive producers. What's their roles? They just manage the writing team, or do they get to pitch their ideas?
They weigh in on everything.
All right.
So what happens is there are definitely times where they're like, "Oh, we want guys, please go think about this," and we're like, "Okay, great, we'll go do that." What happened was I'm really ambitious. So when I got this shot, I was like, I'm gonna pitch you guys everything. Like, I think we could do this. I think we could do this. I think we could do this. And so what happened was Dan and Swampy have the top line Milo philosophy very clear in their minds.
Right. They have the direction of where they want the messages and the show and all that good stuff.
Yes.
Oh, we lost you again. No sound.
I took that.
You took that, yeah.
Okay. That's all right.
You're good. You took that.
So I took that and I was like, okay, a kid who's prepared for anything. What is that? And I started thinking that's like John Connor in Terminator. That's somebody who's being trained to be a hero. And so I started working my way back from that. And so I was like, if you can do anything, right? And Milo's not magic.
Right.
But if you're so prepared, I was like, you're a hero. Like, that's what that is.
If you explore, like, every aspect of the premise that you're given, which is, that's good writing. You want to make sure you go down every street possible so that people aren't thinking, wait, what about this?
Exactly. Because the sandbox was this. The sandbox was kid who has Murphy's Law is prepared for anything and has lived that way his whole life.
Yeah.
So then I was like, okay, let me go down from that or up from that. And I was like, this guy is a hero. This guy is prepared. This guy could do anything. And so that's part of where the time travel thing came from was, oh, he's going to save mankind. Right? Like,
exactly.
If he can protect himself and his friends, right? What is the furthest creative extrapolation of that?
His dog can save the world.
Right. Right? And so it's like you go to that extreme and you go, oh, that's so much fun. Now I'm going to work back from that. So
you like writing the ending and then working back from it as far as storytelling?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that's why if you look at the show, like season 1 is the Pistachions of time travel.
Right.
Season 2 is the aliens, right?
Right.
But again, it's Milo being a hero to another group of people.
Yeah.
Right? Like they need his expertise.
During development, did you guys have like since Milo's more plot driven and whatnot, did you guys think about like I know you talked about well, you haven't talked about it yet, but like I've heard before that the Phineas and Ferb effect, you guys planned that from day one. The crossover is going to happen in season
absolutely.
2. Did you guys come out with like a full show plan from day one, or like
we had beats?
You had beats like on the board.
So we knew. So Scott and I started to build these things and obviously in tandem with the other writers and Dan and Swampy.
Right.
But we would pitch it out and go, what do you guys think? How does this work for you? What do we need to change? Right.
Right.
And so we knew what Missing Milo was going to be. So therefore we knew we wanted to have a couple episodes before that. And then we knew where we were building toward for Fungus Among Us. Right. So then it was like, oh, okay. So like Dr. Zone Files is the first step.
Right.
And then you go from there, and then Missing Milo, and then you go from there and you build toward Fungus Among Us.
Right. I love how Cavendish and Dakota slowly build from a running joke to fleshed out characters. That's really fun because watching it, you're just kind of like, they're there, and they have their side gag. Is this just another Dan Swampy playing every single duo on the show, or is this different?
Totally, and that was by design. Like we thought it would be so. Like Dan really wanted to do the, showing them in the background thing.
Yeah. Oh, and so how they appear and disappear in episodes, which I can only imagine getting that through production must have been crazy.
Yeah, Dan and Swampy were really stoked about that, and so they lobbied the studio, and they're like, "Look, like it would give us a different identity, like it would give this show its own thing,
help it stand out from the rest of the lineup at the time."
Yeah.
So let's see, Missing Milo. So, what was it like? Kind of like pitching the idea for Missing Milo, but also like getting a 45-minute mid-season finale when up to this point Milo had only been 11-minute chunks, and making sure that the tone and the feel and everything stayed intact for that. What was that like?
It was great. I mean, it was really hard. Like we were working with 2 different directors. We were working with multiple storyboard teams. And again, since we were a script-driven show, Dan and Swampy were more involved on the script side. And then it was about how do we make sure that the time travel stuff is all working?
Right.
And so everyone was really rigorous about that episode in particular. And so, you got a lot of really smart people.
Right.
And like that makes for a good show,
Well, I like Phineas started with this, but what I like about Milo is that it takes the concept of time travel and it basically within the season just fully exhausts it. With like, all right, what possible route could we go down with alternate timelines created by changing the past, and like you have different, you have some of the time travel bits are like loop paradoxes, and then other ones are like, what's it called? Where it's like people just reappear and reappear and reappear in the timeline, and it's just it goes down every route possible.
Yeah, we really wanted a buffet style. We really wanted to do everything. Because if you just do a little bit, then people are going, oh, you're just doing Back to the Future. Or,
right.
Oh, you're just doing... And we're like, no. Like, we're going to do all of it.
It's like, this is the letter and the peach gag and everything, which kind of establishes the tone for it, which is basically just, we're gonna do everything.
That's right.
So, like, with Missing Milo, balancing the character beats and everything and all the payoffs up to that point, as specifically the llama incident too, how did you make sure, like, even within the first half of the season, which I'd say is almost like a mini season different from the second half, how do you make sure that all of the setup and payoff worked from like Timeout and The Substitute, which was like a bottle episode but introduced the concept of the blob, and then Dioji almost pees on it, which is what he ends up doing in Missing Milo, and getting all that organized? Was a lot of that working from Missing Milo's script and then going back, or was it like, oh, we're gonna set this up? What was that?
It was all of the above. We knew what the beats were for Missing Milo so that we could try to start planting stuff. And for instance, like while certain episodes were in animatic and we were writing other ones, I could literally run across the building, go talk to Anne, who was editing the show, or go, whoever was editing the show, and ask them and be like, where are we at with this? Okay, great. Let's drop this here. And then, okay, we're going to pay that off here. So it wasn't easy. And I think that there are episodes that work better because of it. And I think there were times where some of our team was more on board than other times.
Yeah.
And so I think there are times where we weren't as successful as we could have been. and certainly we did our best, and I
Yeah.
take as much responsibility for that. But the idea was not to confuse anybody. The idea is to blow people's minds
Or
and
you
take
have
them
to
on
think
a
about it. You can't just
yeah,
watch it. You want
yeah,
to engage the viewer, especially like the
absolutely.
Pistachio shows up in the llama incident, but it's only for like a couple frames, and
Yeah, we were so pumped about that. That was so much fun.
because
That was so much
I
fun.
wasn't a part of the fandom at the time, but I remember like looking back through some of it, and apparently that was like a huge deal because it was a couple months between missing Milo and the llama incident, and so everybody was kind of like, well, we know about the Pistachio Boys, as they're affectionately referred to, and we know pistachios are a thing, and we saw this pistachion creature. What in the world is going to happen? And then the Comic-Con trailer for Missing Milo dropped, which is great.
And people were frame grabbing stuff on Twitter. I mean, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the next big episode we should talk about is Isle of Dakotas, which
Yeah.
you said that's an idea that you've kind of had gestating for like a long time that you finally got to pay off. So
Yeah.
what was finally getting to bring that to the screen like? And then also, given that you had that idea, what was it like to have to fit a Milo story into the same 11 minutes when the story you kind of really wanted to tell was the Cavendish and Dakota side?
Well, I think that I always had that idea. Like as soon as the time travel part was a major piece, like I was super interested in Cavendish and Dakota's relationship. And so that for me, that was the linchpin. And I was like, guys, I have this really weird idea, but it's also really sweet. And I really want to do this. And Dan and Swampy loved it. They were super encouraging. Scott loved it. When I first handed in the script, Scott was like, this is the most you thing you've ever written. He was like, it's so weird, it's so funny, and it's really heartfelt.
It's really unique
And,
too. Like
thanks,
I can't think of
yeah.
any other time a story about a time traveler sacrificing themselves hundreds of times and keeping their alternate timeline selves somewhere else. That's just again step above building up in the sandbox.
Thanks. Yeah, I was like, it was so funny. Jay Francis, who's our executive, and he's a great guy, and he's been an advocate for me for most of my career. And as I mentioned on Twitter recently, like he's one of the guys who was like, hey, like let's look at Zach as being a black character.
Right.
And so he
We lost
really
you
led
again.
the right path. Remember when I pitched passing him. Okay, hold on.
There you go. So yeah, start.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. So back to
Okay, cool.
Jay Francis said you guys should make Zach a black character.
Yeah, and he led us down the right path on that. And Jay has great instincts, and he lets us do what we want, but he just is steering at a higher level, and he's like, oh, you might want to think about this.
So is he like one of the
Or he'll
bigger
ask us-
studio execs that you kind of
Yep.
refer to for like, can we do this? Can we get away with this? Yes, no, all that good
Yep.
stuff.
Yep. And he's making sure that we're protected, but also making sure that, there isn't anything that's going to create an issue down the line, but really supportive. And so I pitch Island of Dakotas, and he thought I was pulling his leg. and I was like, no, man, I'm serious. And he goes, all right. He's like, dude, I'm going to trust you with this. He's like, let's see how it goes. And I turned in the outline, and he was like, I think this is going to work. And when I finally turned in the script, he was super impressed. And it was a great moment. It was legit like him going, I think you pulled this off.
Yeah, and the Annie nomination
And
agrees.
yeah, that was amazing. But that's why the kid's name in the dialogue with the old lady is Jay.
Oh,
Like
he's a bad seed.
Yeah, because we wanted to put like an homage to Jay in there. But yeah, I'm hugely proud of that show. Bob Bowen, our director, and Steve Umbleby, who boarded most of that episode.
Yeah.
They completely knocked it out of the park. They totally got what I was trying to do, and so they were really behind the episode. And yeah, man, that was a joy.
What I love about that one
absolute joy.
too is that it doesn't have really a definitive ending, so to speak. Like Like, it ends, but it feels more like the beginning of something rather than the end of something, which is really cool.
The idea is it's supposed to reframe how you look at them.
Right.
And that's the goal.
So was the Milo idea for this episode? Was that your idea, or was that something you kind of had to?
Yeah, that was
about?
mine. Yeah, I wanted to do something that on the surface would seem disposable, in contrast to what was happening with Island of Lost Dakotas.
Oh.
But then I leaned into it so much because I was, again, the mythology part that I'm always into.
Yeah.
I was like, all those shoes on telephone wires. I was like, that's Milo.
That's why he wears slippers. There you go.
Exactly.
Answering the question. And you put the second Hamasaur with the fire truck.
I love Hamasaur so much.
Hamasaur 2.
Hamasaur 2, man. That's why he's got 2 T-shirts on.
Oh man, that's
and Makai like nails all of that stuff.
He's like so excited. Milo's like, it's no big deal. That was a
like
thing.
Honestly, like we had such a great cast, and writing for Weird Al and Mark Hamill obviously is a dream. But Makai specifically, he is such a blessing to our show. Like he's the most human. Like everyone else is so heightened, right?
He's the what's it called? The audience relatable character.
He is. And so he could be very boring, but he's not. Makai made him super vulnerable. He is everybody. Like Zach is everybody going, what are we doing? Like, this is such a bad idea,
Exactly.
And then the fun is like when he's in the booth and getting him to that place where then he starts acting funny, like, and he's being weird and heightened, and it's like in free fall, like getting the chance
the
to
circle of
bang.
Fear.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah.
Fear is like a bad movie. That's one of my favorite lines too. That was great.
Man, I was sitting on that for a long time. I could not wait to write that line.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't sing Makai's praises enough.
No, he definitely brings. I think Dan specifically said his voice just brings a lot of texture to the character too.
So much.
And
you totally believe him.
Some of his screams, especially like in season 2, when he's having like milk the cow. He's like, I got it in my face.
It's so good, man.
Oh yeah. So this is a little bit diving into the crossover. We'll save most of that for later. So the orange soda, which Dakota mentions, was that a pretty big plot point on the crossover board to the point where you're like, all right, the Dakotas are making orange soda?
Yeah. Yeah, it's also a reference to a movie called Joe versus the Volcano.
Oh.
Which is one of my favorite movies, yeah.
And then it became Wyatt Burp for the crossover. What was the thought behind that? Because Duke goes to the Wyatt Burp factory, then the Dakotas like stole the recipe and were reproducing it.
That's where it starts to get a little like broken, but the simple version was like they're making it there just like they're making the shoes, and so that it's like, again, to make it so it's not just throwaway,
right?
It's like, no, they're actually serving a function while they're there.
They're making Milo's shoes. They've always been tied together, and I think people talk about this, but both Phineas and Milo are about the interconnectivity of all things.
That's right.
Everything's related to everything else, and it all comes together at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Fungus Among Us was your first season finale that you and Scott got to write. And I think, honestly, that's one of the best paced episodes of the entire show.
Oh, thank you.
Just as far as the way the beats hit, and it's really, really hard to balance comedy and plot when you're writing stuff like this. Especially, you never want the comedy to take away from a specific beat. Which is something that, like, I would rewatch Fungus Among Us just so many times just because it hits everything it needs to, but it still is dramatic when it needs to be, and within the premise of this is a comedy. So what was it like? Kind of, you had to write Derek, who you kind of teased at the end of Missing Milo, and you had to deal with Orton as a character and kind of establish his arc, because you've kind of seen the end of his arc at Missing Milo. So now you're kind of seeing the beginning of his arc. And then you also have to write all this comedy. It's like, what was that like with Fungus?
Fungus was really challenging. I will say that there were a number of things that actually got changed from Scott and I's initial intention. So there were some plot lines and things like you've pointed out that got dropped, which was a drag. And by the time it got to animatic, there were times where I felt like we were having to band-aid things instead of making them better, which was tough. Like, I'm glad that it was working so well for you. That's so good.
Yeah.
But my the script that Scott and I initially wrote, like, there was a moment at the very climax, which mostly is still intact, but it's the moment where it's Milo and Orton on the roller coaster, and it's Milo saying, Milo and Doof, and it's them going, doing the Dr. Zone slogan.
Wait, I don't think that made it in. I don't remember Milo.
So
and Doof
it's where Doof shows up, right?
Right.
And they're trying to get Orton to go do the thing he needs to do.
Oh yeah.
Right?
To go with Doof. Is this Phineas and Ferb effect?
Yep.
Okay, Phineas so this is the beat that from Phineas and Ferb effect that you're kind of having to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like by the time you got to Fungus, there were things that got dropped. So when we got to Phineas and Ferb effect, we had to pick up a lot of those pieces.
Right.
But that moment in Phineas and Ferb effect, like, actually, I got Dan to choke up while he was reading it.
It is an amazing moment. I think I'll say this, like, the crossover definitely has a couple band-aids here and there, and you can tell things got dropped. But that moment, the way it's written, obviously, but also the way Danny Jacobs scored it. He did this original piece of music for, like, the whole battle scene of the crossover.
It's beautiful.
And it's just the way it builds with everything, and then it slows down, and then there's, like, the Dr. Zone. It's like time for danger, time for action, and then time for Dr. Zone. You hear the sting, dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
And he goes with Doof, and then the music kicks back in. It's like, it's going, oh, don't forget the letter, and then...
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And then the music climaxes, and they flash back. Yeah,
it's
love
great.
That moment.
It turned out so good.
Yeah.
But, like, I when Dan was reading my first draft, I was in the room with him because I needed to get his notes so that we could keep the script going forward.
Yeah.
And at that point, it wasn't called the Phineas and Ferb effect. We were still building the story.
Yeah. You're just kind of trying to figure out, okay, we got these beats for the season finale. Some are going to be in the beginning, some are going to be in the end.
But he was on the other side of the room, and he got choked up. And I was like, yes!
I did it! Woohoo!
I was
we're losing your celebration, no!
So it's like, once we got an animatic on Fungus.
Oh, nope, totally gone. You're back. So once you got an animatic on Fungus.
Once we got an animatic on Fungus, then it was like, okay, great. Let's make sure that all these pieces are in place so that the Phineas and Ferb effect is going to work. And if we can't solve it here,
we'll solve it in season 2.
Yeah. Because at that point, it was really tough because so much stuff had already been shipped.
Right.
And so that was a real challenge.
Definitely. And so with the end, did you always think, all right, what we're going to leave on is Doofenshmirtz appearing? Or was there that was always the ending stinger?
Oh yeah, because we just thought that'd be hilarious. And like his place getting destroyed, and like it just made us laugh every time.
Yeah, and what was the line? So Disney released a teaser that revealed Doof was in the finale, which was but Doof's like, wait a minute, the dog's name is Diogi? Yeah. What's that all about? Was that supposed to be the kicker line and got cut? Because that was finished animation,
no,
and Dan did the voice. Or that was just for the trailer?
Just for the trailer. Dan just did it for the trailer.
Disney was like, we want to reveal Doof is in it. And they're like, he has one line.
Right.
we can't share that.
Right.
That's interesting. So, with Phineas and Ferb effect, I know Danny's no longer credited for the story, so she left the show. So
yeah.
And then Marja...
Danny went to live action land.
Oh, live action land.
She worked on a show called Bloodline, and she's worked on like 2 or 3 things since then. Danny's a big dog.
Wow. So When Marja and Valerie were hired, did they get to work and help you pick up the pieces with Phineas and Ferb Effect? You're like, all right, stay in the corner until we get this all figured out.
It's actually Maria.
Oh, Maria. Okay.
Yeah. But Val and Maria they're amazing. They're so hilarious. And I think they were really great because they were like conscientious objectors. When we were getting to inside baseball, they were like, guys, we don't understand that. So it was like, oh, good point.
Like, are they really gonna remember this one little thing from Phineas? Like, should we put that in?
Exactly.
A lot of that still made it in, though.
Yeah, it did.
So with Phineas and Ferb Effect, was it originally supposed to be theatrical length, or?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I mean, it could have been, but I think at that point we were considering that it was all part of the.
It was just all part of kind of the general finale, season 1 ending.
Yeah. Yep.
What would you say is the biggest challenge with Phineas and Ferb Effect? Was it managing the fact that you had a villain, or just so many characters and figuring out who to include, or?
That was really the biggest challenge. Was continuity and trying to give everybody a moment, which is almost impossible.
Right.
So it's like there was more Isabella. There was all the characters that everybody really wanted in there were in there. And what happens is get to a point where the page count, and it's like you can't
make this.
You can't make it. And it's such a bummer because it's like, I know that people have a lot of love for these characters, and sometimes it's considered a slight on our part, and that's never the intention.
No.
Like when we're talking about everybody.
Right.
Like we're talking about give.
It's like, all right, can we give Pinhead Pierre a moment right over here?
I mean, that's part of the that's always the thing. Because it's like, it's the Avengers, man.
This is the event. This is the big thing that is going to bring people into Milo, because they're like, I want to revisit Phineas, so I need to get into Milo.
That's actually why the story for Sphere and Loathing for the finale is a lot more simple, because we wanted to take a step back.
After the madness and continuity and all that stuff.
Because at some point it's like there's a lot of that's really successful that I'm still proud of, and I still love, one of my favorite things about that episode is just Baljeet and how he's observing the boys do this and
lost you again.
For our original concept.
Baljeet's observing.
What's that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Baljeet's observation about how they work, their energies, that was one of the earliest things that we pitched to Dan and Swampy. And it was so much fun when we started thinking about how they would go, yeah, we don't ever experience problems.
Yeah.
Because the more you thought about what it would be like if they interacted, it was positive and negative. It was like oil and water. Right. Even though they were both positive characters.
And you had kind of set up in the lore a little bit back in the Just Our Luck episode of Phineas that certain things have positive and negative energy. Where Doof, he has the positive, negative energy, and there's a present has a positive energy, and the trap has a negative energy.
There you go. So we wanted to make it connect.
Was writing the ions for season 2, was that something that came out of the Phineas and Ferb Effect, or is that setup that you put in Phineas and Ferb Effect for the season 2 finale?
So it's all connected. So the idea is that once you introduce that as a reality, you can then use that later. So that was part of the design.
Was there anything to Melissa picks up this item in the Phineas and Ferb Effect, and Phineas is like, oh, that's a neutron disruptor. It's not going to work on plants. Was that a setup for something that didn't get put in, or was that just
It could have been. I don't remember. The only thing that I remember really wanting to do was the Melissa arm thing.
Oh, the Melissa Pistachion arm.
Yeah, that was, I pitched hard on that.
Yeah, so talk about that concept, and you wanted Melissa to be a full Pistachion. I'm sure there's fan art out there of it. From
one of the things that I would always advocate for is that whenever you do these events, especially on Phineas, everything would reset at the end.
Which was a little
So
frustrating.
It can be, even though it worked for the show. It's like everything reset, people forgot things or what have you. And at some point I was like, oh, cool. What if Milo is different? And it's like, oh, what if Melissa's gone and you meet this new character?
Pistachio Melissa.
Like, Pistachio Melissa. And then, because my thought was, it would be so cool to have teaching a character how to be a human.
Yeah.
And then you would get this whole other thing.
Right, and that would give Zach a new role too, because he would go from a learner to a teacher.
Absolutely.
Audience surrogate to Melissa surrogate.
Yeah.
No, that's really
but
good.
but the guys were like, it's too much. It's too much.
Like you can't market the show with the Pistachio Melissa. People are gonna have too many questions.
But then that's why we did it with Bradley.
So apparently, was it originally supposed to be the Hulk, where he would go Hulk Pistachio? Because I know Ash had talked about that when she was boarding. She never had to draw the arm because it was only like a temporary thing.
I think we talked about a lot of stuff. And one of the things I learned at DreamWorks is that you always pitch up here because it's always going to get knocked down.
Right.
So, pitch your freakiest, biggest idea. Don't pitch your moderate idea because it will always get, it will always come down.
Was Pistachio Doof ever pitched?
No, I didn't pitch that.
It's like, we're going to bring Doof into Milo and he's going to be a Pistachio.
That'd be fun, man. Sure.
Live with the Murphys and they teach him how to be a Pistachio Doof. Oh man, that's so much fun. So the Isabella plotline, what was that? Yeah. What was that all originally about?
It was just her being the Isabella that we love. It was her and all the girls being our heroes.
Yeah.
It's like we like I said, the Avengers. Like we were really looking at like if we're dropped into the middle of this thing, Phineas and Ferb are going to provide this. Issa and the girls are going to provide this. Like they would be like our SWAT team.
Exactly. So they can be the brute force behind the moments where Phineas and crew probably couldn't as much.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
And them, that's why you see them in the battle with the Dakotas.
Is that also why Derek kind of disappears for the two middle acts of the crossover? Because he's at the beginning and he gives his whole exposition spiel. Then he disappears until the last act. Was there originally more with him in the crossover? Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about what stuff with Derek got cut. Because I'm always curious. Because Derek...
Stuff that was so vital that you... Yeah.
Nope. None of it was vital?
Yeah, none of it was super vital. It was really about more of like what he had been doing and what his life was like trying to make more of a character.
Right, because King Pistachion's definitely, I'd say probably more of a character than Derek was. Derek was an obstacle. Yeah. King Pistachion was like a character. And
we worked really hard for that because we, just like we did in season 2, it's like if your nemesis is just one note, it gets really boring. It's boring to watch. It's boring to write. And you want there to be like the whole idea of making King Pistachion a doting father, which was one of the first things I pitched.
Oh, Jerry, remember your surprise birthday party?
Right. It's like that gives him specificity.
Right.
So there was also a lot more stuff in season 2 with the mom alien.
Yeah.
The commander, where there was more of that, where she had a little bit more of a personality. But that's always the stuff that gets cut.
Because you got to focus on what's going to market the show, the big stuff, the big names.
And running time.
Yeah.
And running time.
It's like, yes, it's the Phineas and Ferb effect starring Derek.
Right. Who cares? Nobody wants that.
Exactly.
That's not on the poster.
Was it tough to pitch Phineas and Ferb not coming into the crossover until the end of the first act? Because like you slowly introduce the characters. Was that an idea that was from the start? Or was that just like, all right, we got too many people. We got to bring them in one by one.
We had a lot of conversations about that. A lot of it is screen time, like I mentioned, but also you want to withhold enough so that people are like, yeah. Like if we had withheld until the second act, everyone would be pissed off.
Yeah, it's like, where's Phineas and Ferb?
Right. So if you do it there, you're creating enough interest and people aren't as mad at you.
I see what you're saying, but it's also like The Force Awakens, where you give each returning character their moment, where it's like you
Yeah,
get,
yeah.
you know, Doof comes in and he gets to talk about how Cavendish is wearing the Professor Time underwear, and he gets freaked out, and then you get Buford and Baljeet, and you know they get to sing Chop Chop Chop, and then
That's
Candace
right.
comes
That's
in, is
right.
playing Ducky Mogo. Okay,
That's
so
right.
this is one of the things from the intro that was interesting. What's the thought in the writers' room behind the timeline for Doof 101, Alka Files, and Phineas and Ferb? Because Alka just has a TV screen to contact Doof for help with missions. Was that
Yeah,
was that more of a
so
plot device, or was that just like Doof is Alka trusts Doof to take down Pistachions and
so at
Perry's
the
there?
very end, so when you're looking at Last Day, right? Or
Right,
Save Summer rather, like Doof has really turned the corner, right?
right,
So it's like at that point, he's reformed. So it's like we're trying to stay really consistent between Alka and Doof 101. So that it's like, well, they're all attached now, right?
right.
So we were trying really hard to be really clear about Doof as a character. But one of the things that's challenging is that when people drop into the show, they only really recognize Doof as being the evil inventor.
Right, so you have to reestablish the good guy arc essentially,
And
which
that takes time. That takes extra screen time. And it's hard. Like there's one of the things that's really challenging. And we ran into this on Milo, which is actually why Snow Day is like a reboot of the first episode,
yeah,
is that our version of Milo and the universe is totally different than what everyone else has in their head.
right.
Because I have all the 5 versions of things that we pitched before we landed on what we wrote, and then what went into animatic, and then what went into animation, and then what went to broadcast.
Did you guys ever like just re-binge the first season before writing season 2?
I had to a couple times, like just go back and go, oh right, this is what we established about, these characters.
This is what got signed off on and all that
Yeah,
good stuff.
yeah, because we are not in every single room like Dan and Swampy are.
Right. So you work with what you have, and then when you see it to the end, it's like, oh, this made it, this didn't. Kind
Right.
of, you're almost discovering it along with the audience, like
That's right.
a year before the audience, in the case of the Phineas and Ferb
That's right.
effect.
That's right.
So, talking, just kind of wrapping up the season 1 talk before we dive more into season 2, A Christmas Carol. We lost again. The thought behind the Cavendish and Dakota breakup there versus bringing a full-on breakup into season 2. Would you say that mini breakup happens with their future selves, and then season 2 happens? Where does Christmas Carol kind of land?
I always looked at it happening like later.
Later on?
It was hard because we realized that we had an opportunity to do his Christmas special late in the game.
So you couldn't
And so
really...
we had to look at it like it was solo.
Gotcha.
And I was super excited. Danny and I wanted to work together, and I knew that she was kind of wrapping up, and so it was like, oh man, we got to do this show together.
Right.
And Scott hates Christmas, so Danny and I were like, oh, let's do this thing. And Danny is also really allergic to fake sentimentality, and so we thought it'd be fun to try to build a show that had like legit sentiment.
Right.
So the arc of Milo trying to do something nice for his family, it's like finally there's something that Milo wants. He's not just reacting.
Right, because he's usually, as a character, he's pretty unchanging. He's the catalyst for everybody else. It's like a Marty McFly, where he doesn't change, and everybody else kind of changes around him, which is a really, again, that fits with Murphy's Law.
That's right. And so we wanted, and then of course the Cavendish Dakota story, we were like, oh, it should be like a Christmas Carol.
Right.
Like it's about their relationship and what happens if it's fractured. How do you fix that?
So it kind of just, you kind of place it around, since you circle back on the breakup for season 2. It's kind of out there. When you determine Cavendish and Dakota's eternal destiny, so to speak. Future's always changing. What were you imagining Cavendish singing in front of thousands of people as a time-traveling pop star? Was that the image in your head? Is Cavendish belting out songs on stage?
It was not the first thing that we thought of, no. But when we got there, it was like, that's really surreal. And if we only see this much of it, then it's even funnier because it automatically makes you go, what the heck? Like, what was that?
Like, what was the catalyst for Dakota to just become a pop star?
Right. And then it's even better because it's like, is he mad at him about that? Like, is he mad at him that he's famous over some stupid thing? Because one of the things that happened is that when Dan did that song, like we were all laughing hysterically, and like my kids were singing it, and like other people's kids were singing it, and it was like, oh my gosh, if we extrapolate that ridiculous thing.
Oh, you put that into Isle of Dakotas too as his initiation. So good.
Yep. And it was like, oh man, that's part of the identity of that character.
Right.
And then it just gets absurd, you know.
The Halloween special also that came after Fungus, I think that was really strong, and that was the only time the whole writers' room got to sit down and write something together, right? For season 1, anyway.
Yeah, it was. We were kind of splitting some of our duties because we wanted to keep everyone around.
Right.
So that's part of the strategy. That was part of the strategy.
Gotcha. So it's like, oh, we all want to be here, so we should all work on this script together. And yeah, I think.
Yeah, like Fear and Loathing, the same thing. Like, we wanted everyone's head
in the same game. Yeah. So, just with the Halloween special, did you write around the song "The Last Halloween," or was that born out of the idea of you wrote from Cavendish and Dakota created Leap Year? How do we tie this into Halloween? Or
that was like one of the funniest discussions. Like, and I remember, I think it was like Jim Bernstein, and like he was really spearheading a lot of that, and but we just died laughing in the room with the idea that they would have already screwed things up. Like, even before we met them. Like, one of the joys of the characters is they have this life before us.
Right.
Right? And so the idea that our calendar already, like, that's why we threw that thing in there about the moon. It's like...
Earth, yeah, they destroyed Earth's second moon. Oh, no. We lost you again.
They've already been causing problems. Like, that's what these guys do.
Like, Dakota's, he invented parking tickets and all that. How did they remain hired by the Bureau of Time Travel after blowing up Earth's second moon? What's the thought behind that? Like, sure they're third class agents. But...
I think at some point, like, Block's not paying attention anymore. like I always thought of it like he's got bigger fish, and like he's dealing with things that are like comic, and if these guys screw up like current continuity, he's like
yeah, the second moon was never really important anyway.
It's fine. Yeah,
it's employees. What? So what did Danny contribute to the crossover since she left before you guys actually penned it?
I think we were all talking. We all brainstormed together.
Yeah, so you kind of brainstormed the story beats together.
Totally. So that's one of the funnest parts, is sitting in a room with really funny and gifted people, and you literally put Post-its on the wall, and you just try to make each other laugh, and then you're also policing each other. You're going like, oh, like, let's make sure that this tracks. Or Danny would kind of pull out like, okay, but emotionally, what's happening with Zach here?
Yeah.
Like, and so it's great because if you were doing it by yourself, you would only have your solutions, right? When you're working together, you get 10 solutions.
And then you can pick the best one, and everybody will always get a chance to shine because everybody has different strengths.
That's right.
Okay, so again, just kind of wrapping up season 1 stuff here. I remember on the big board that Dan Swampy threw into the rap video.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Which inspired months and months of theories.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody threw in everyone dies. Somebody threw in if you can read this, you're too close to the TV
Yeah.
for shooting that. On the board was something about evil spy drones. Do you remember that plot line from the crossover?
Evil spy drones. It may have been connected to the Ferb story.
The Ferb betrayal.
Yep.
That got cut. Yeah. That.
Yep.
I made a video about that, so we
Yeah,
don't have to go into that one here.
You know all about it.
Yeah. Was Doof in the brief scene that he appears as Professor Time? Was that more difficult to write, or was that like were you thinking like?
I think so because again, like I was talking about extrapolating like the core Milo into Hero.
Right.
It's like if Doof actually if Doof has changed his colors, what does that look like? So it's the same idea.
Right.
If Doof actually got out of his own way, eventually he might become Professor Time.
Right. And that's was another applicable thing. Like sometimes we get in our own ways with achieving what we want, and that's
right. That's right.
That's the lesson
and
to learn from Doof.
That's Doof's number one issue, and that's what makes him so fun to write.
Exactly, because he's always overthinking, but also execution is a little rough on
he's got a bigger heart than he gives himself credit for. So
exactly,
he can't actually follow through on being that evil. So
exactly. So okay, another crossover thing. Phineas and Ferb's parents appear in the midst of all the wreckage, and Candace is there with them, and there's no busting happening. Was that an idea that you guys had for Candace to try and bust them at some point? Or...
There was a lot more to that, and it was the same thing. Like where when it came down to it, the most interesting part is Candace and Milo on an adventure.
Right.
So it's like when you're looking at 3 sequences, and you're like, oh my gosh, Candace going, kid, you're trouble. Like that's more interesting
than rehashing the busting all over.
Yeah,
again.
we've seen that hundreds of times. And so that again, some of the fun of going, if you put these together, these characters, these casts.
What are going to be the most interesting moments?
Yeah, and the pairings. Like so, then you're like, oh, this isn't just a gimmick. Like Candace is actually shedding light on what it's like to be Milo.
Right.
And also shedding light on her own philosophies about busting.
Right.
Right? Because she's looking at this going, if we have to save people,
we don't need somebody who's causing it to be harder to be here.
It's so then Candace got to actually say something that the audience has been thinking about Milo for an entire season.
Right. It's like, why is he trying to help save when he's causing things to go wrong?
And the more we looked at that, the more we said, oh, Baljeet can actually talk about this. Candace can actually talk about this. Then we got really excited.
And Buford can lampshade Zach and Melissa's relationship.
Oh, man. Right? because he's an outsider.
Right.
So he just goes, oh, come on.
Like, as I see this, it's right here. Why are you all denying it?
And who else would, like, Buford isn't going to shut up.
No, he's
right?
going to keep going to keep bringing it up.
Yeah. So then the more we dug down, it was like, oh, this is great stuff. It's not just an event.
Was there ever a version where Isabella got to meet Milo and had a reaction to him, or did that ever?
I think when we were writing her in, I want to say that there was a scene or two, but again, Isabella as an active character is so much more interesting.
Right, versus the passive role.
Yeah.
Which, because we all kind of question, like, she wasn't on the couch with them all at the end when they're celebrating, even though she would probably want to be there with Phineas. So we kind of discussed, like, was there ever a thought, like, maybe we should put Isabel on the couch, but she didn't have a big enough role to justify it?
We talked about that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And at some point it literally goes, if she's there and we don't give her a line,
that's gonna be worse than her not being there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the tough decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything else from the crossover that you can
No,
remember from development?
Those are the fun things, man. I think those are the biggest things.
Alrighty. Okay, it's another crossover one. So when Cavendish and Dakota go back to 1965 in the crossover, because they're going to Wyatt Burp, they see themselves escaping, and it's the scene from Fungus Among Us where they're escaping Derek for the first time in their time vehicle. And in the crossover version of that scene, Perry is in the car, as if he was there with them in Fungus Among Us. Was that part of an original draft? How did that even make that to color?
I don't know how it made it to color, but I mean, Perry was more involved.
He was more involved in the crossover originally?
Yeah, and certainly he was in effect, you know. But he was more involved in, because you want him there. But again, it's like
he's probably not the most interesting character to deal with in this scenario.
But he's also so powerful. It's like that's why he did what he did in effect.
Right.
Because Perry could show up and help Milo. It's like Milo is so capable. But if Milo is going up against monster versions of his parents, which are going to confuse him,
you know what I mean? Need Perry to see it objectively.
There you go. So it's like that uses Perry more effectively. But again, once you're into time travel territory with Fungus, like it was we had a heck of a time.
I just think that's a specifically interesting thing to have in there, because like you would never retread Fungus in the Phineas and Ferb. I don't feel like that was ever on the table. Perry going back and being with them, so that's weird that it made it in there. I guess that's just an animation error.
It's super weird to us too, man.
Not really a story.
And because there's lots of eyes on this stuff. So it's like when those kinds of things happen, you're like, I don't have no idea.
Yeah, because that one's special just because it's one thing for it to be missing, but for Perry to be in the car with them, somebody had to have that on a sheet and say, Perry needs to be drawn in here.
Yes!
Which is
I do
crazy.
not have a good answer to that.
Alrighty. We talked about Bradley's plant arm and how that evolved. Okay, so leading into season 2, Brick and Savannah, you said that they court-martialed Cavendish and Dakota, which is why they get pulled into court. What's kind of your headcanon for that story? Because Brick and Savannah, we see them captured by the Pistachions. They're missing the whole crossover. What's their side of the story? Did you guys think about that?
I think at some point it's like we were writing more for them, and they ended up falling by the. It's like if you had to choose between Perry and Brick and Savannah, you're probably going to pick Perry.
Right.
And so it's like at some point they also become what blankets. And granted, we didn't want to write them that. Like we wanted to keep them cool and interesting characters. But they don't like Cavendish and Dakota.
Right.
So it's like, for
putting
instance,
them in
it's
situations
much more
makes
interesting.
Sense,
yeah. So it's like much more interesting, like what Val and Maria did later on, where like Savannah's training Mel.
Right.
Like that's an interesting story with those characters.
Right, because otherwise they don't have a reason really to be there. Yeah. So...
And especially since we knew that we were wrapping up a lot of the time travel stuff,
it made sense to kind of phase their characters out.
Yeah.
As far as like not necessarily give them the sunset, but like they kind of, they were part of the time travel era of the show, so to speak.
Correct.
And yeah, they had lots of fun bits too. Like I think in Christmas Peril, one of the board artists snuck in a gag where like a drone flies over with mistletoe and Brick shoots it down, and there's other good stuff.
There's some great stuff in there.
Oh yeah. So yeah, they court-martialed Cavendish and Dakota. They get sent to Block. And what's the thought behind how does Bob Block manage a time travel organization if he can't remember timeline changes?
Because some of our fake rules, right, are like if you're not there, like it doesn't affect you.
Okay, so it's only the people who are within the general vicinity of the event that's changing the timeline will remember it.
That's why he doesn't believe them.
Gotcha.
Right? Because otherwise he would.
Right.
Because otherwise he would just go, "Oh, I've already seen what you guys did."
And Dakota's not going to take it seriously enough to actually show him the stuff. He's just going to play the funniest clip.
Why are you going to tell your boss how badly you screwed up? I mean, like that's the thing. Like I don't think they told him about the change to the calendar.
Right.
Why would you tell your boss about the moon that you screwed up?
Like, why do we always get stuck with the outdated lemon? I feel like they're probably specifically, you bring this up with Brick and Savannah, but like they're not liked among the time travel employees at the Christmas party.
No, man.
They're not being welcomed with open arms.
I don't think so.
That's so good. So was them being seen selling pistachios in season 2? Could they just not complete their pistachio mission? So we do see them go back with Block, but like,
the idea is like they're left handling the whatever the final pieces of what Cavendish and Dakota screwed up are.
Right.
So it's like because they were such jerks, like that's like their punishment. Like
their comeuppance.
Like from the this is literally like the writers judging the characters.
Oh my gosh.
So it's like that's usually not a great idea. You want to love your characters all the time.
Right.
But we just thought the irony was just too great.
Well, then you bring the outsiders in to write stuff like Spy Little Sister, which gives them something new to do from a fresh perspective.
Totally. And then also Ming Na is so amazing, and having her deliver somebody who's that pissed off that's great.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., so as I saw that happen, I was like, oh, that's them right there. So
that's what you want, man. That's what you want.
Was that Disney corporate saying we needed to cross promote Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or was that just casting?
That was totally us.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Like Dan and Swampy love her and had a relationship with her, and we were like, oh my god, like
she played older Ginger back in Act Your Age, yeah.
Yep. So that goes way back.
Yeah.
But to bring her on as like a superhero, it's like
very exciting. So going into season 2, there was, like you said, you kind of did the reboot with Snow Way Out to reestablish where everything was. And probably the biggest change was that Doof was a regular character on the show. So for you, did you ever find it challenging to write Doof outside of the context of Phineas and Ferb? And
definitely
within Milo's family and Perry too, and kind of like just everything with writing those two specifically.
Yeah, it was something that kind of happened organically. Some of it, the studio was really into. They thought that would be a cool thing if Doof and Phineas and Ferb maybe showed up more often.
Yeah.
And again, because of that event mentality.
You wanted to hold back on the Phineas.
And actually, to address that really quick, and then I'll talk to Doof. So we pitched a lot more Phineas and Ferb, but at a certain point, Dan and Swampy wanted to make sure that their presence was significant.
Right.
So it's like if it didn't seem to merit it, then they would push back.
Gotcha. And so that's why they didn't appear in season 2. Outside of the crossover.
So it's like there was a version where they helped out later on in Milo in Space area, right? Like
that makes sense.
But then at some point it just becomes Doof and Perry. So then it became kind of a moot.
What's the most interesting to write, which is Doof and Perry.
And then it's like if Doof is trying to find himself, right? He's a new character.
Right.
And then the idea is, because we didn't want it to feel false, but if your best friend appears to not have faith in what you're doing, that could be very painful.
Right.
And so we wanted to make Doof's journey to Professor Time hard. Because we knew it was going to, like, again, that's why we saw that guy. And it's like, yeah, but Doof, that's not going to be easy. You can't just go like this.
Right.
Because one of the things that I was pitching when I was there, because I was trying to understand Doof a little better, Doof is actually a genius.
Right.
So every single one of his inventions work. That is not the problem. Doof is the problem.
He gets in the way of himself with lack of self-confidence and tripping over his own mistakes. And
that is why Perry is there. So this is the thing that's never articulated on the show, is that if Doof was actually a loser, Perry would not be there.
To support him, right? He wouldn't have
No,
friends.
he wouldn't have to stop him.
Right.
Like that's for me as like an outsider coming in season 4.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the linchpin.
Doof is a driven character, which is what makes, Perry continue to come and, build the relationship, so to speak.
If Doof was actually as much of a loser as he thinks he is, why would Alka have to send their top agent to stop him?
Every single day.
Right? Like that's the unspoken, that's the subtext.
It's like Sergey the Snail comes in for one day and Doof's already got him trapped in the circle of salt.
No problem. Right? No problem.
He's got the Alka bylaws memorized too. He's like, two agents can't thwart at one time. He plays by the rules.
So if you're gonna remake Doofenshmirtz, it's like he is still a threat.
Right.
So even when he's trying to do good, because he's still really good at that thing.
Exactly.
Right? So it's like it's still dangerous.
It's when you have the ability to do it, but you don't know if you could or if you should or how you're going to use it. It's the Jurassic Park effect.
And that's
before
why,
you knew what you had packaged it and slapped it on a lunchbox and put the Professor Time logo on it.
and it was too late. And it was too late. But that's why Perry is there.
Yeah.
It's like because he's still a force to be reckoned with, especially in this fragile condition.
Definitely.
That's why he's like sleeping on the couch and all that.
It's like he doesn't know how to be. He has no idea where to start. And I think one of the big reasons why Pressure probably stayed was just because of how important that was to Doof's arc.
Yeah.
So I think we when that came out, the fan was talking like Pressure took up like 3 minutes of the crossover, and Isabella got 2 lines. We're like, but Pressure is important to why Doof is in the show for this season.
And thematically, like that's what the whole thing is about.
Right.
Like that was the idea for that song. I actually came up with in the shower.
Oh.
I pitched it to Dan like the next day, and I was like, if we have I was like, this is how we can connect these characters, because they're both feeling this.
Right.
They both have the burden of this. And so that became one of the thematic elements, and they wrote a great song. They wrote a fantastic song.
And it brings Orton's arc full circle, which was, I think, that was one that probably could have been easily lost in the shuffle if you guys hadn't paid attention to it with so much other stuff. But you made sure Orton got his scenes, like him noticing Milo doing something heroic, like maybe that's what Dr. Zone should be like. Like that stuff made it in, which I think was really good.
We had to fight hard for that. It was important.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's attribute some writers' ideas from season 2. So, whose idea was the second Doof and Perry breakup? Who pitched maybe they should break up?
I think Scott and I had to build whatever that was. Everybody contributed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then recurring raccoon.
That is all Val and Maria. And I'm gonna throw Jim under the bus so hard. He hates recurring raccoon. He hates it.
He tries to kill him in his episode.
It does. And like he loves Val and Maria. It's not that. Like for some reason it sticks in his craw, and it's the funniest thing.
I mean, I could see why as a writer you would not like that guy. It's like, oh, it's overproduced and it's so right there. It's too much. It's not subtle enough, or I could see why.
And that's why the girls did it, man. Because it's so over the top.
I'm wondering. So okay, so yeah, that's my shirt, recurring raccoon.
Oh, that's so rad, dude.
I'm wondering if Maria and Valerie noticed it, because one of the cool setups and payoffs in season 1 is there's the raccoon that jumps in the pilot, and in Fungus Among Us, when they're in the sewer, the raccoon jumps again. So I'm like, did they notice that and write that as recurrent? Was that the idea?
I think that was part of their initial process, but they also thought it was funny if it was a whole theme song and you really lean into it.
Right. Yeah, I do love the parallels that made it into Fungus from the pilot. That was cool, because that was tough, because it's not a parallel episode in any way. No. And then even in season 2 in the finale, there's a bit when Milo's approaching the sphere where his bungee cord breaks, which is another thing that happened in the pilot. It's like, I love the visual callbacks to the pilot that you guys.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Good stuff. Danville gnomes being alien poop. Who is responsible for the retcon of the Danville gnomes?
What was that? Is that Jim's episode, or is that or is that the girls?
That was Disco Do-Over. It's the one where Cavendish and Dakota.
So that's the girls. Yeah.
That was the girls.
So yeah. Yeah.
It's like, why do you guys have these lawn gnomes all over Phineas, all over Milo?
It's so hilarious. Oh man, that episode, like I think that's Bob Bowen directing again. The moment when the old lady comes out, like the second time, like in animatic, was one of the funniest things I laughed at. Like I was in tears. Like we were in tears. Like it was all working so well.
Yeah, that episode, specifically the writing on that, was great because they brought in Doof's "I Am a Superstar" and gave that heart. Which should that have worked? No, but it did.
No, but it did.
He's like, "You are a superstar," and he gives him the 11. And then it also, that episode has two so very different tones because it's Cavendish Dakota is usually a pretty light tone, but with that episode, they took the direction of let's make it a horror story where we got the tense music and we're like creaking the gate to go get the gnomes, and she comes out and attacks them.
It's so good. Man.
That one, yeah, bouncing back and forth, amazing.
It's so good.
And yeah, I remember when that episode, the fandom's just like, well, now we have an explanation for the Lawn Gnome Beach Party of Terror. So Zippy, the world's fast koala, was that them as well?
That's also the girls. That's Val and Mario, man.
Man, and were they Cabin Puss too? Was that their idea?
Cabin Puss has a little bit more complicated history.
Yeah. Was he tied to Cavendish Farms?
He was, and Dan and Swampy killed that idea so fast that I was so depressed. And so we were trying to come up with other things, and Scott got rolling, and then Dan got rolling, and that's where Cabin Puss came from, where we were like I had started a whole outline, and Scott, like, I think I'm credited for story in that.
You're credited, it's weird for Milo in Space, because Scott wrote it, but you're credited for story, which I was like, you guys just write episodes together. What's even the credit there?
Yeah, it was where I had started one, and, like, I couldn't really finish it. Like, I didn't get what we needed to do, and Scott did get it. And so then we just switched scripts.
I gotcha. Because you had the debate about, are we going to bring back Phineas and Milo from Milo in Space, and Dan Swampy have something that they want to do, and so Scott's just like,
that's right.
I'm the story editor. I'm taking this episode.
He's like, Josh, I'm going to handle this. And I was like, dude, come on. Like,
Cavendish Farms!
I'm like, I don't want to let you down. And he's like, no. He's like, it's not that. He's like, but you take this one because you can add to this. And I was like, okay.
And I'll kind of rein it in here where we need to take this season. Because season 2, man, there's so much more going on as far as plot threads. Like, because you have the Doof and Perry thread.
That's so funny that you say that, because we were deliberately trying to do less.
Well, I mean, as far as just, like, episode to episode. So, like, season 1, you kind of have the Cavendish and Dakota thing building. You got stuff like the llama incident continuity. And then after missing Milo, it really lays low for a couple episodes. Like, you get, like, this quieter episode with Elliot, and he's monitoring the school, which is really fun. Yeah. And you get more lore episodes like The Race, where you go back and you see the first Murphy. And, like, all that stuff is, like, really good, but it's not part of a story arc, so to speak. But it's all really good, canon-building, funny stuff. Whereas season 2, you have all these plots going. You got Doof, who's, becoming Professor Time, so all of his appearances are making up that arc. And then you got the Doof and Perry episodes within that arc, where Perry shows up, and you have to deal with Perry being in the show, because that's a big deal when Perry shows up. And then
absolutely,
you got the Cavendish and Dakota arc that starts with the aliens. Well, first they have to get fired, then they have to get rehired, then they have to have a couple episodes on the job, then they have to break up, then they have to have solo episodes. Then you have to make sure you write Cavendish and Dakota into whatever other episodes they have when they're split up. And then on top of that, you have the Octalians. You just got so many moving parts.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So when Dan Swampy let you write the overarching story for season 2, what was kind of the thought process behind it? Did you have like an idea that you pitched and then you fleshed it out?
It was similar to what we did in season 1, where, Scott and I are kind of building the pieces and then going, how about this?
Right.
The only thing that was different was I just asked if I could write abducting myself.
Oh.
Because I wanted the challenge, and Scott was like, "Yeah," and I actually pitched the story early. I pitched it early enough in our production timeline so that I could write both episodes.
Yeah.
Because at some point I ended up writing, like, I overloaded myself,
Right.
and I wasn't real
Like
careful.
I got too many episodes and can't really focus on this or
And
that.
it all worked out. It all worked out, but I really wanted to do abducting. I felt really passionate about why Cavendish and Dakota would break up, like, in different than the Christmas story.
Right.
I was like, oh, like, this is a story I want to tell.
Versus a story that Disney says we need a Christmas special.
Sure.
Yeah.
And even though I love Christmas,
yeah,
totally. But for this one, I was like, oh, I want to break them up because putting Dakota with Doof is very funny. Like, there's
a fantastic chemistry between Dakota and Doof that I'm so glad you get to explore with them sitting at the not bar, reopened
at the bowling
right
alley.
The bowling alley, the Skate Ashbury, which closes and then reopens unexplained. Was that just like, we need somewhere to place them? Can Skate Ashbury reopen?
Some of the episodes got adjusted in airing order. So that's one of the bummers, where, especially that late in the game, where XD was shuffling us so much, like, we had to go back and, like, reorder stuff in the last half of the season a couple times.
Yeah, because the way it aired, there's a couple plot points that don't line up. Like, after Sick Day and Doof and Perry break up, next one is Dog Walker Runner Screamer. They're playing checkers in the background. And then stuff like Zach's leotard is introduced after the first time you see it in, like, the the school awards night episode, and then in Cast Party it's like the catalyst for the episode, but Cast Party is set after. So it's like they scrambled the order.
It was a bummer because we, like I said, we were deliberately trying to make it less complicated. And even then, when things were out of our hands, it was like we were just trying to, like, for instance, it's like, if we had put Sick Day somewhere else, it would have been worse.
Right. It's
so
like,
at that
just
point,
let it be where it is, and people will figure it out.
So it's like we were trying to do it so the least offensive, like, bump.
And it's hard to reorganize afterwards, because the credits, you'd have to go in and redo the credits for each episode, which is why even on Disney Plus it would be tough to fix it, so to speak. Somebody in the chat saying, Cavin Puss is Bay. He obviously has a better backstory than Zippy and Recurring Raccoon.
But he's not on screen as much.
That's true.
You know, the Abomination doesn't get as much screen.
No. Did you have ideas where to take him as a character in season 3? Like, give him an arc, or was he more of just a joke? I lost you.
He was.
There you go. You're back.
Number one, him being called the Abomination came out of a brainstorm. When we saw, like, we started laughing, and somebody said he's an abomination, so that went into the script.
Yeah.
And then, which was so funny. And then, if you notice, he's still on the ship at the end.
Yeah.
So I think we had wanted to use him.
Doof tells him to go to therapy, get counseling.
So I think he would have showed up in season 3.
With Baby Cavin Puss, was that one where you would have brought that up later? Because I know that was the end of season 2, and that made it to color, but got cut.
Yeah. It was a great joke. I mean, again.
Do you remember the joke? Can you share that one?
I don't remember.
Oh.
I don't remember. It's so tough, man, because
you're processing so much. Like, you're writing stuff. This was like 2 years ago for you, so
minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you gotta, like, remember all it and still focus on new stories and characters and
totally
all that good stuff.
My head is all Last Kids on Earth right now.
Oh, you're working on more of that. That's good.
No, just like we're hoping to get to do more.
So you're kind of thinking about where you want to take that. I still need to watch the I don't know if it's really a second season. It's like I had the premiere special, which was good.
Yeah, book 2. Yeah.
Book 2. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's 10 episodes. It's good stuff.
Need to catch it.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the Octalians as a whole. So in the first, in the early episodes, this might have just been the story going along and things already making it to animatic and whatnot. But at the beginning of the season, there's two aliens who say they're like, should we warn them about? And this is in Snowy Out. There's like, should we warn them about the coming danger or whatever? And then in managing, the line that made it to the final was, we were doing a routine scan of the planet and we noticed Milo. So it was kind of like, wait, were they knowing the Octalians were dangerous, or was that more just we want to kind of have some sort of connective thread to set up that they were coming, or what was
It's both. So two separate alien races, right?
Right.
So those guys are kind of our like Greek chorus.
Right.
Like they showed up in season 1, they're in the beginning of season 2. And so they know the Octalians are coming.
Okay.
Because it's a routine scan.
Gotcha.
So it's like they know that the Octalians come through this
and
area.
they know the Octalians, the problems that they're having, and they also know about Milo because they've seen him in season 1. I like that. That's good connective tissue. Didn't put
and it's a small thing, but we wanted to do it's like for the people who are really paying attention.
Yeah. And so then we as we continue into Sick Day, Alien Commander's on the phone. She's talking about like triplicate forms and whatnot, and she's like, why did this company stick me with such a cowardly crew in abducting Murphy's Law? The Octalians are gonna get their planet destroyed, and she needs to have a company to have an army. What's the whole story behind her getting the army and the routine?
So the idea, again, like just like the King Pistachion, is to give her specificity.
Right.
So even in spite of her mission, there's still bureaucracy.
I see.
So the idea is like even if she's going through this,
even when their planet needs to be saved, the Octalians are hindering, like Diedrich Bader's alien at the end, like he's just narrating it for the news.
Yeah,
it's this huge sphere.
And the world doesn't stop,
I see what you're saying. So yeah, like with the Octalians, they just have to keep living their lives as the sphere thing's like, and then it's like, all right, we're gonna give you this crew. Hope you can save it, but if not, well, that's your problem.
And in fact, my first draft I looked at the other day for Sick Day.
Yeah.
Her initial monologue was actually talking about a pet that she was supposed to be buying, and she was like, honey, I'm not going to buy this for you. I'm not going to spend money on something that's going to die.
Oh.
And it was just throwaway.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, because I don't want to spend all this money on something and then her last line was something like, well, maybe for your birthday. And then she looks for the guys. So we were playing with the character for the commander a lot.
Right, trying to figure out where she would be placed. Lost you. You're trying to decide. It's back. You're trying to decide?
Yeah, so just where we wanted to put her.
Yeah, as far as
and where we wanted to pitch her comedically.
Right, because you got Loeb and Cohn are very much your classic comedic duo.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, they're so fun, man.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. Were they written because Dan Swampy pitched them, or did Disney want to bring in the special voice actors for them, or that was you? You pitched them. And
I wanted those guys.
Oh, really? So you actually cast them?
Because I had watched. Well, I made the suggestion.
Yeah.
And Swampy looked into it, and they thought it was a good idea. And because I am a fan of Speechless, and so I've watched that show, and like I
can picture this voice with this character.
Oh man, and they nailed it. Like they're so funny.
To have the responsibility to actually get to take that, it's like, I'm watching this show. Can I bring in the person from the show I'm watching to voice my character?
Again, it's like, just ask, right? Like, you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, if they didn't want to do it, Swampy would just go, yeah, I don't like that idea.
Right.
But, he was into it.
Don't be afraid to get shot down. I think that's
Don't be afraid to get shot. I get shot down a lot.
There you go. But when you hit it, when you strike it out of the park, it feels all the much better because you worked for it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, so was Sick Day originally, we talked about this a little, was Sick Day originally intended to be like the lead-in episode for abducting? Mm-hmm. Like, that would be like the cliffhanger for abducting Murphy's Law?
I don't know if it would have been. I want to say it would have been like 2 or 3 out,
Okay,
but it was still meant to set it up.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So, managing Murphy's Law, I think I made a whole video about how great that was. What was breaking the characters of Alien Commander and Alien Pilot for the first time without Loeb and Cone, and making sure you introduced them at a pace that wasn't going to be exposition dump.
Yeah. Like, and I want to say that was Bob Bowen also. I think between Bob ended up doing more writing on that episode and abducting than we had initially planned.
Right.
And I mean, Bob really plus the episode, but a lot of those things changed by the time we got into boards. But yeah, I mean, like, trying to play it real, like Candace with Milo. It's like, if this is your job, and your commanding officer is asking you to do something that is clearly semi-suicidal,
are you going to pursue that?
How are you going to react?
And that's the relationship that drives their conflict in the episode.
That's right.
And yeah, again, that one, I think you talked about Candace had a cut scene in that one. Was that the only one that really ever made it to that far of a stage as far as a Phineas cameo?
Yeah, and that one, like, no one had an issue with for like the longest time. Again, like, Dan and Swampy just wanted to make sure that it was worthwhile if we were going to get the voice talent and if we were going to drop those characters in. And I thought it was really organic to have Jeremy be a part of that.
Definitely.
And I wrote a couple of different final lines for Ashley that were kind of fun. But yeah, like, we tried.
It made it back in with Carl in Milo in Space.
There you go.
So you got to circle back on that punchline. Let's see. So kind of moving into abducting Murphy's Law. I really love the conversation with Cavendish and Dakota at the beginning. Did that make it from your writing process? Or was that something that was added?
So same thing. Like, I wanted to dig down into, like, what would his emotions really be like.
Yeah, because that's one where it's not a particularly and I don't mean this in any way, but it's not a particularly visual scene. It's more of a conversational one. And
it is.
It almost takes like a full minute and a half, 2 minutes, and it's just them talking about their emotions, and that made it in. And I really like that.
I had to really go in and fight for it. I made a lot of cuts. Scott and I had a lot of conversations about how to pitch it so that it wasn't too exposition. It felt like it came from character. Swampy was really into it because it felt emotional,
right?
And there was an emotional story. But yeah, I worked my tail off on that script.
Yeah, no, that scene, because especially it's like, penny for my thoughts, and he's like, I want to save the world, and that's really important to his arc, and it works because they're experiencing the rift in tension.
Absolutely. And if you think about how confident Cavendish is in season 1, like, the fact that he was so wrong about Milo, like, doesn't affect his ego very much.
No, he's just like, well, I think his line is like, well, that's a relief. And then he just moves on with life.
So by the time you got to season 2 and things were getting weirder for them,
right,
and it's like not doing the job that they thought that they should be doing.
Well, I think it's also, too, that they're getting different assignments. Like, season 1, it was like save the pistachios, which almost all of them involved selling, or it was like very specific things. Whereas season 2 with Trash, it was like they were encountering all these weird objects in these various trash things. And they were often given, I think, far weaker instructions than Mr. Block gave them in season 1. Bob Block would be like, you're in the middle of a cornfield. You're there. Find the piece.
Good luck. Yeah, we had this thought where if they were here for, low-level time travelers, then season 2, they're like, garbage men. And then our thought for season 3, spoilers, would have been like promoting them somehow.
Ooh.
But that was also worse, right? So it's like
their promotion turns out to be a curse in disguise.
Absolutely right.
Would they
because if he wants this thing so bad, right?
Right.
Then you give it to him,
and he realizes it's not as satisfying. So, great writing. Writing 101 right here with Joshua Pruett. Give the character what they want until they realize it's not what their inner self wants.
Oops.
Bingo. All right, so, yeah, you also wrote Bob Block in that scene. He's like, sorry, guys, I have you picking up human trash today. We'll get you on regular trash, next week sometime.
Because again, it's like he's already low, so how can I get it?
But at least Bob Block, or not Bob Block, at least Mr. Block in season 1 would acknowledge them, and he was frustrated with how bad they were doing. And
yeah, this guy didn't even care.
He's just like, yeah, we'll get you on trash sometime next week. Doesn't really matter. You have no purpose.
Yep.
Other than just to exist in this time period that's not yours.
So dismissive. So dismissive.
Another thing about Time Bureau, how do they have the authority to just banish somebody to a time that's not their own? Because Block's just like, I don't want to see your faces anymore. You're banned from time travel. And then also, they still had their time vehicle in the present, so is there like a feature where it like locks up for the people who are banned from time travel? Because Milo uses it. And so was there.
Yeah, I was always thinking that it was like the TARDIS. So like the third Doctor, like they actually pull one of the circuits, and so he ends up stuck. He ends up stuck on the Earth for a time. And so I was always thinking that it was some version of that.
That's why they couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But yeah, Block's authority to just banish them to the past. That's
apparently he's got unlimited cosmic power.
He really is the true villain of the series. Forget King Pistachio.
Yes, that's the reveal for season 3. No, it's not. But like that's.
I really think, I've theorized a lot about the Block family because they're just they're like the subtle characters that you're like, are they gonna do something more with them in the future? Are they just jokes? And with Milo, you got to pay attention. We've learned from Cavendish and Dakota, everything's gonna add up somehow. So.
Yeah, you do.
Would have loved to see where you went with the Blocks in season 3.
Yeah, I think we would have done the same thing, like do a different Block, and give Mark Hamill even something else.
It's almost like The Flash, where they give Tom Cavanaugh a different Harrison Wells every season.
Yep, change it up.
Different versions of the same character, so to speak. Headcanon, do Bob Block and Mr. Block get along? How'd they meet through time travel? Did you think was there a fun story there?
That would have been rad, but I would think it's like brothers.
Oh, okay. Like all the Blocks are just all the entire family reunion, just they have a time travel reunion.
And they don't really like each other. Yeah.
Because like he scoops up Cavendish and Dakota as soon as his grandson fires them.
It's like sibling rivalry. It's like, yeah, can you handle this?
Yeah. So the idea behind Bob Block in season 2 was as the alien boss. Was there ever a different alien trash boss for them, or was it always we're gonna have Bob, a version of Mr. Block, be their boss?
I think it's some actually talked about.
I lost you.
How we doing? Good?
Nope, we're still out, and now we're good.
Okay.
You're good now.
Okay, great. Good?
Yes.
I think at some point we actually talked about him being an alien.
Oh.
Like doing the whole like, brah, I'm an alien, Like as we were still building what the Octalians were about.
Yeah.
Like at some point we were like, oh, that'd be cool. That's X-Files.
Yeah. To have their boss picking up alien trash be an alien working on Earth to manage the waste. Like a good species of alien to help.
Like Men in Black style.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
So when Brock was on the show, he was on the show like 2 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, something like that. He mentioned that Dan Swampy, when they write, their philosophy is always comedy first. So how do you feel about this with regards to canon, lore, and continuity on a show like Milo, where specifically like the joke in First Impressions, where Dakota's like, I took a shortcut through the Mesozoic, and you see like a dinosaur skull come out, when everything that we established in season 1 is like, the time stream takes time, and you go to a certain point, and you get out, and you go back in. How do you feel about that sort of thing?
Well, it depends. I think it depends on the context. Rob Hughes, who directed that episode, he's also very much a comedy-first director. And so I think one of the challenges on Milo is because we sometimes are very plot-driven, I think sometimes those things can come into conflict.
Right.
So sometimes that results in better stuff, And I think sometimes it doesn't. I think sometimes the story threads get lost.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the nature of the collaborative process. But I think you want both. You
Right.
know, you want both working together, because then you've got great stuff.
Right, because then you
know?
you get things like Fungus Among Us, where everything comes together right with the comedy and the plot and everything. And even though sometimes it veers in one direction or the other, you do get your masterpieces.
And that's what That's what you're shooting for, right?
Right.
You want it to be funny and sweet, and there to be a good story, strong structure. You want all those things.
Fit with established canon and all that
You
good
bet.
stuff. Yeah.
You bet. Yeah.
Let's see. We talked about this a little bit. Have you written any songs for Phineas or Milo, and which ones where did you contribute to the writing process for?
Yeah, there are a couple, and I think there's one that I got to co-write lyrics for on Candace too.
Oh.
But I did so in Phineas. I got to help on the song the lyrics for Your Ice episode. I got to co-write the Baljeet song, the Devo song, because I was super into that.
Don't know which choice to choose.
And Rob Hughes was like, great. So we collaborated on that one, and I'm not sure if I did any others on Phineas. And then on Milo, I helped on the Vacation song, and there may have been one or two.
Any in season 2?
And then the Dr. Zone.
Oh, the Dr. Zone theme, obviously.
Dr. Zone theme. I'm not sure if I got credit for that or not.
They don't credit any of the writers or singers for any of the songs in Milo, which is really weird. I think
some.
Yeah, it's like Aaron Daniel Jacob. He's Zach's singing voice, and he's not in the credits at all. It's like.
Yeah, some of that stuff's weird.
Yeah.
Like I'll get like a statement from like BMI, who handles all the music rights, and so there's a handful of stuff that I got official credit for. But yeah, just a couple times, but it was really fun.
A lot of it's shadow credit and all that stuff.
Yes.
So first impressions, headcanons about Cavendish and Dakota's years of adventures and all that good stuff. I think because you've talked about, you think they've been doing it for a long time, probably longer than maybe some of the other writers in the show think through it. So what's your thought process behind their history?
I think it's been like hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years, and they just use the age regress array.
Like because I think they've been at this a long time. And First Impressions was one of, just like Island Dakotas for season 1, that was the episode that I was like, I knew I like, other than abducting.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I really want to do this
justice.
And I want to do a great job. And I pitched it to the team early on, because it was technically an origin episode. It's like, I needed to be careful and make sure that Dan and Swampy, it made sense to them, and that the writing team was all on board. But for me, it was like I really why Melissa bought in to Milo. That was important to me, and I really wanted to see how Cavendish and Dakota, like, why are they together? Because all they do is argue. Right. So then it was a great opportunity for me to sit down and go, what do they respect about each other in real life? Like how, like the idea of seeing Dakota in action.
It's the classic trope of the rules versus the off the cuff, which is, it's explored in a lot of things, but that's really the grounding part of their relationship, is that Cavendish follows the rules, which is important, but there's times when you need to fly off the cuff, which is Dakota.
That's right. And again, like we were talking about collaborating story and comedy, it's just like Doof. It's like, if you think about it, Kevin and Dakota did help save the world.
Right.
So that's not a lie, right?
Right.
So they can be successful. Dakota has saved Cavendish hundreds of times. So it's not that they are bad at their jobs. It's that they are always themselves.
Right.
So it's like, I wanted to find out why would they have stuck together?
Would you say? Oh no, keep going.
No, but that's it. But it's like, clearly on some level, when the chips are down,
there's a reason why they're together.
And Cavendish knows he can count on Dakota, and Dakota knows the Cavendish is willing to bend the rules when it matters. So that's the subtext of that final scene with Bob Locke, which is he saw Dakota be reckless to save somebody.
So he now gives him respect.
And Dakota saw Cavendish cover the rules when lives were at stake. So they didn't have to say anything, right?
They just acknowledged it, which is really, really strong. So in First Impressions, it's Cavendish's first day of, or it's his driver's test essentially, but yeah. Dakota seems like he's already been there for a while. Do you have a thought as to his history with the Time Bureau before Cavendish?
Oh, I think this is his sixth time.
Oh, this is like, he's like the guy who's like on the streets, and then he's like, oh, can I find a time vehicle? Quick, let me take it. And
I think he's tried to apply before.
Yeah.
I was thinking that he is. It's like this is not his first rodeo. That's why he knows what he like.
He just slide over, Stretch.
Yeah, like how would he know?
Right.
Right. Like this is not his first rodeo.
Yeah. Would you say Cavendish has always idolized Professor Time, which is why he moved into time travel and
right.
Why he gave up playing piano, which is I love the little character bits that you guys throw in throughout the show. He's like, I could have had a whole life playing piano.
I could have had a career. Instead, I'm with you.
I think it was. He also mentioned he was a barrister in the Queen's Court at one point. So
yep.
He's had a life of many.
He's had a lot of jobs too. Yeah.
Yeah, and so bringing him and Dakota together through the circumstances that they did makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Was that fun to write that Milo and Melissa went to Phineas's high school? Or Phineas's elementary school? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think actually that got added late in the day. So that was a fun Easter egg.
That was a fun bone. And also I know it wasn't originally on the boards, but the Doof narrating as the Milo's bus drives by, and then Doof's walking out of the photo store and he's like, and I had a nemesis.
Right. Yeah, that was I didn't write that. That was Rob. That was Rob all the way.
That makes sense from a storytelling perspective, because it's like you go from one flashback to Doof telling his flashback, and then
right. And the nature of that like egg within an egg structure.
Yeah. Did you write the part where Doof's like Dakota finishes his story about saving the kids and Doof's like, cool story, bro, and he gets up and walks? Yeah. That killed me.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not done with the story. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sitting back down.
Because usually when you come back from a flashback, someone says something profound.
Exactly.
So it's like for Doof to actually not care.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Anyways. And that actually, Jonathan, that brings up a really good point. Like, part of what you're trying to do when you're writing is you're trying to make yourself laugh.
Right.
Because if you're sitting down, it's late at night, and the script is due tomorrow, and like you're
lagging.
Laughed.
End of the day, script is due tomorrow.
So if I write a line and I laugh, then I'm like, oh, good. This is great. You know, like that. This is a good first pass. Like if I'm laughing, someone else is probably gonna laugh.
Right, and it's not always going to be everybody, which is, again, the important thing. Like you said, the same pitch that you pitched for Ninja Turtles, they said was terrible.
They
got you onto Phineas.
They did not like those boards, and I showed it to somebody else. It's actually a fundamental lesson in my career. It's like it depends on who you ask.
Find the people who appreciate what you do.
That's it.
Because they're out there. Because we're all people, and there are people who will agree that this is funny or this is a good story.
You have to find your people.
Alrighty, so, what's the thought behind Doof making time travel public and the development of the Time Bureau as a government organization? The headcanon for all that. So, like, Doof invents time travel, comes up with the Professor Time branding, and then he sells the tech to the government? Or is it, like, can people just buy time vehicles in the future? Are they limited
I think we were thinking about it like a more public version of Outcome.
Okay.
And so that it would have been, it's like all of Doof's stuff is secret, right?
Right.
So it's like, if at some point he went public, he might have been able to sell some of that stuff.
Right.
And so it's again, it's like when you're following that arc, it's like the most heroic thing you can do is give selflessly. So for him to keep that technology, like, that's still old doof.
Right.
For him to just go, here you go, like that seems more in line with that kind of character.
That makes sense, and that's part of his heroic journey that you probably got more into
Yeah.
in season 3 with having him fully become Professor Time.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen a flash forward episode with more of Doofus Professor Time. Really love that.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah. So let's see. Milo in Space and Sphere and Loathing. We've talked about this a little bit. Favorite bits to write, parts of writing the season finale, and also what was it like to have the entire writer's room under the guidance of your story for...
Well, I do want to clarify. It wasn't just me.
Okay, it wasn't your story for the whole Orgaluth and everything? Or...
No, we really built that together.
That was built together. Gotcha.
Yeah. Like, the thing that I thought would be cool that we pitched initially was, if you portray the aliens as bad and then it turns out there's somebody who is like Milo, like, those were some of the initial discussions that I had pitched with Scott, and then everyone really built and contributed to it at that point. But the idea of making Milo a savior for that culture, like, that's the thing that we all built together after that initial concept.
It's like this time we don't need Phineas and Ferb there. This can be Milo's chance to save.
And a lot of the discussions actually came out of, what do we want to see with Zach and Mel and Milo together? So if you look at that first pilot, what are all the things that Zach's afraid of? That's why we did Free Fall. Like, getting to a place in that finale where Zach can actually see how Milo is helpful in a different context.
Right, and I think they started that in Snow Way Out. He's like, I'm gonna have no fear now, and no fear, everything's positive. And Milo's like, no, sometimes it's okay to be afraid, and then that kind of culminates with the Sphere. His whole arc of the season is really about fear, which is cool.
Absolutely. And those were a lot of our initial discussions, because we were like, let's address some of that stuff from the pilot.
Right.
And really talk about those things.
Was there ever a role for Mr. Chase in season 2? He was one of those characters from season 1 that he didn't really show up in any of... Well, he showed up in First Impressions and a flashback, but he never got a role in season 2. Was there ever any talk about bringing him back, or...
No, I think after he showed up and was kind of negative and critical, it was like he kind of served that function, and that was really it.
Gotcha.
And then we didn't feel a need to go back to him.
Makes sense. So yeah, back to Sphere and Loathing. You mentioned there was an Octalian episode that you wanted to give them more time in between abducting and Milo in space when they come back. Was there ever a thought to do like an Octalians only episode, kind of like you did the Doof and Perry flashback episode?
No. There were a lot of things that we ended up taking out.
We're good now.
After abducting and after Phineas Ferb effect, we wanted the finale to be a little smaller so that we could manage it.
Right.
And so that's where that came out of. There was more stuff that set up season 3 that was at the end of the finale. And I actually wrote 2 versions of that, but it never went to boards. Kyle thumbnailed it, but it never went to boards.
Gotcha. So, yes, for Sphere and Loathing, there was the scene with bringing back the giant alien in that was in Cavendish Unleashed. Was there talk about incorporating that as an idea that was pitched and then got like, can we use this in the season finale, or was that something where it was like, it'd be cool to have a big Perry fight in the season finale and then work backwards from there?
I don't remember. Like, we talked about it. Again, it became a page count issue.
Right.
because we wanted to wrap up our main characters. At that point, we didn't know, of course, that it may have been the last episode of the show.
Right.
But we did want to wrap up the stories. And so, like, we were able to do a little bit with that alien that we thought was funny. But that seemed to be it. Like, there wasn't a lot of talk about anything else.
Right. It was just kind of, it was one of those things that got cut because less interesting, replace it with a funnier joke.
Yeah.
Which
or more screen time with, like, Mel and Zach.
Right, which, you know, they kind of really needed to give the satisfying emotional payoff at the end of Fear and Loathing. Because it only kind of been, you had the punching throughout the season. Is that something that, like, was the punching, like, something
That's
like
right.
from the top of the season, like, all right, we're going to do the punch gag and that's going to be a thing?
It seemed to fit them. And I think I definitely was in the camp of, like, wanting to make obvious their affection for each other. Because my personal headcanon is, Melissa and Zach, Melissa and Milo, like, grew up together.
Right. So it's like brother sister.
So it's like, yes, and for me, I thought that, Mel and Zach are so different that they made a much more interesting pairing.
That makes sense. We talked on Twitter. There was a spat between you and Dan about whether Alien Commander ever actually had a name. So could you find that name, or?
I wasn't. I actually went back, and I'm still trying to find the episode because we ended up calling her Commander in the script for a long time.
Right.
So my recollection is that at some point I actually named her, and then we didn't use it. So it was like, unless someone on screen says the name,
you don't have to have the name.
It's kind of irrelevant. So it's like, for instance, like, we didn't have Orgaluth's name. I think Jim Bernstein named her. We didn't have her name for, like, the longest time.
Wow. And it's like, well, we need Orgaluth. We need the law name for it because that's kind of an important part.
That's right.
Talking about names, we know Balthazar Cavendish is Balthazar Tiberius Cavendish. Does their Vinny something Dakota?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
Like, it's possible, but I don't remember us coming up with anything.
Gotcha. So favorite moments just overall working on Milo. Could be anything. Writers' room discussions, like a debate you had in the writers' room, scenes that you wrote, seeing episodes debut, the Annies, anything? Like, just favorite moments that stick out.
Like, a lot of stuff, like, going into work and laughing as hard as we did was fantastic. Like, that was, other than working with Scott, like, who became a really good friend.
Yeah.
Like laughing every day. I mean, that's extraordinary. That's a gift.
Absolutely.
And like, I've since then, it's like I had an extraordinary experience on Last Kids on Earth, but it was a much shorter room, and to be full-time on staff, to be around these people for years, that's a joy. So that's, like, hands down my favorite thing. I think getting recognized for the Annie Award, really good. That was only one.
Good.
It was a story that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I missed the Annie Award part. It was like
getting nominated for the Annie Award was a huge surprise, and felt like a major validation because it was only, like, the 6th script that I have ever written at that time.
Yeah.
But also a part of that, my whole team was behind that story.
Right.
So, like, Dan and Swampy and even Jay, like
everybody
Scott,
got in on supporting that because they really wanted to make it work.
Yeah, and so that was huge. That was huge for me and just my career and my experience. And then I think outside of that, it's like, I love Lardland, like Martin's
Lard World.
Lard World, like, that show cracks me up. I love the high five thing, like, with Zach. The fact that Milo can't do that, that's still one of my favorite moments in the entire series, because it's one of those things where it's like, it's very small, but it speaks volumes to Milo's character.
Definitely.
I super love Danny's episode, the Love Toboggan episodes.
Yes, Love Toboggan. That one's so good.
It's so great. Scott is so ridiculously consistently funny. Scott's kind of good at everything.
Yeah.
And so like I am so tickled by Scott the Undergrounder. That's a favorite memory is being with Danny and Scott and Dan and Swampy early on when there's literally only 5 people on the show. And we were like, oh, Scott should be a character.
Yeah.
Because we knew Dan and Swampy were going to be Cavendish and Dakota. And we're like, oh my God, like Scott should be a voice.
Right.
And like we didn't know what it was going to be. But
it's
it
like,
was just
Scott, can you do a Doofenshmirtz impression?
And that's what's so funny is that was not the plan. He just got in there and that's what came out. And like, so that was amazing. Val and Maria are like so relentless. Like they would taunt me all the time.
Yeah.
Because I'm very sensitive. and they can be very crass. They're hugely funny people. And so I just loved being around them. Jim has kind of done everything. And so like when his stuff comes in, it's like it's so sharp. It's so like refined. It's like a machine.
You look at like Ticking Clock is a good example of that. Like that episode as a whole, it works as the Doof and Perry plot and giving Doof a purpose, and that was, I think, one of the strongest episodes I remember specifically that was written.
It's really good. And then working with Martin Olson is like completely insane. Like Martin's brain is so like out there, and like when he first pitched the idea for the goulash, like that, like I was so excited, and at some point the story started to change, and I got to come and work with Martin, and like that episode is so nuts, but that's the kind of thing that could only come out of Martin's head.
The sentient goulash, and then tying it to Norm, and
like normal people don't think of those things, and so like he was a major influence on me actually, like because he's so fearless in that, like. So to be able for Dan and Swampy to create a safe space, and Scott was so supportive of me as a fairly new writer,
right? And
to be able to pitch to those very bright people, like that's a gift in my career.
And learn from them too. Yeah, like with
totally.
It sounds like Martin's the kind of person who will like just straight face pitch you the wildest thing, whereas you sound like the person who would be like pitching and kind of like making the humor work. It's like, this is why it's good. Martin's just like comes and is like, so I think we need to have sentient goulash. Do you guys think this is that kind of?
Yes, and then he'll laugh like uncontrollably. So Martin and I have like super loud laughs, so you can hear us like down the hallway.
This is a storyboard artists are like, oh no, what do I have to deal with next week? I lost you. And you're back.
Okay. And then like we had like the greatest team ever. Like all the storyboard artists were like with plus everything that we did. And we tried to be very like have a very open collaboration, like because my background's in storyboarding. Like I really wanted to stay involved, you know, and like work with the storyboard artists, and you know, take those extra ideas because I used to do that job.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was a great ride. It was a really great ride.
That's so cool to hear just all the personalities, because I think, you know, with that context, you feel it in the episodes too. Like each person's personality coming through. It's like, oh, I can tell this is a Maria and Valerie episode, and
yeah. It has a flavor. It has a vibe.
Exactly. I think I accidentally skipped over this game night, which you had mentioned used to be a lot bigger. Like you brought in the concept of dimension jumping, which again is one of those things that is not really addressed in a plot sense. What was the thought behind that episode, and how big was it to start? What was the pitch?
It was actually going to start setting up season 3 stuff.
Oh.
So I was trying to lay pipe for what I wanted to pitch for season 3. And the story game night went through a lot of permutations. I have to say I'm not fine.
We lost you.
But they're still okay. Where do I lose?
I'm not. With game night, I'm not something.
I think as thrilled with the final version, with game night in particular, because I think I was shooting for something different.
Than what
but
made
some
it on
of the
screen.
ideas are. So yeah, some of the stuff is still there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite have all of the levels that I wanted it to.
Right. Is that just far as emotion? Because you're one of the few people who incorporated Neil into your scripts. Because nobody else seemed to know what to do with Neil after season 1. But you always kind of made sure he was like doing something. Was there ever discussion?
I thought him.
Was there ever discussion about him and Sarah having a date episode in season 2, or was he just like?
I just liked having him around. Like the fun part in Milo's world is like, because I'm really proud of that one. Like having Neil as a new character to reintroduce how Milo's world works.
Yeah.
And what other characters think about Milo. Neil's a great guy to do that with.
Right.
We don't know anything about him.
He's an outsider.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool. Back to game night for a second. What were some of the original what was the original tone that you were going for? Because one of the things that was weird about it too is it was right after they had been hired by. We ended up getting placed. It was right after they had been hired by Bob Block, and then they're back in their time travel uniforms, and they're trying to plug a hole in space. Any thought as to who assigned them to plug the hole in space? Was that the Time Bureau? Was that the alien?
Yeah,
was that just kind of.
That's absolutely one of those. That was absolutely one of those things that got rewrote, and I did not get to weigh in at that point.
Gotcha. That was just kind of it fell to the production tunnel.
It went. The director took it in a different direction.
Makes sense, and that happens. That's part of the creative process.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Going through the questions here. Which characters were your favorite to write? Like, which ones did you sit down and you're just like, I feel the characters can kind of which characters came easiest to you?
Cavendish Dakota, of course. Sarah, even though I didn't get to use her as much. Like at some point she kind of disappeared, and I had wanted to use her more.
Yeah, we talked about it. Her role in season 2 is basically just relegated to Doof's rival, which was a little disappointing to see, to be honest, because it was like she was such a fleshed out character in season 1.
Yeah, I had worked hard to kind of give her a lot more, and side of the Dr. Zone, their relationship. It's like there wasn't a lot of real estate, and then it's like then there's an alien thing.
Yeah, Dr. Zone.
It's like if she was involved in that.
Dr. Zone, you were saying you got cut off for a second. So like Dr. Zone Files was like the peak of their relationship, but that was early on in the series. And it's like so there's you can't develop any conflict between them. But
no, because they don't, and Sarah doesn't. She's not Candace.
Right.
So it's like.
So her character just becomes tied to Dr. Zone, and then her frustration with Doof.
Yep.
Her probably strongest appearance in season 2 was Cast Party, I'd say.
Yeah, she's fun in that.
She had a fun role in Cast Party.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that was Cast Party was that one that you guys all conceptualized, or was that a pitch?
No, that was Val and Maria had this very interesting idea. So good. And they came in with that pretty fully formed. Like they really had a vision for this kind of storytelling episode. And yeah, it's a good one, man.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
So what was your favorite part about writing the Milo stories, and favorite part about writing the Cavendish and Dakota stories? Like when you had to tackle each one, what was the best part about writing each?
My favorite part with the Milo stuff was trying to show different facets of his personality, and then in my head trying to think of different things to put in Weird Al's mouth because I was such a fan of Weird Al. So, like for instance, like the Robo Milo, like
Yeah.
that totally came out of wanting Milo to be mean.
And you're just like, we got to find a way to do it that's
We
in
got to do it.
character.
And it's in character, and then hearing Weird Al be snarky, I was like, I gotta do that. I gotta do that because it stretches how we understand Milo and then Weird Al. And then for Cavendish and Dakota, it was like, as a classic duo, it's like, what are all the ways that I can spin that?
Right.
So it's like there's an emotional version of how to spin that. There's how absurd that we can get. Like, that's what was interesting to me. So it's like the montage in Island of Dakotas.
The cheery
Like,
music that
tries
plays.
to-
I
right.
can't believe you guys got away with
And
showing
then,
Cavendish's
like-
skeleton. That was crazy.
And
We all
his
saw
head
that. We're
blew up.
just like, how did that make it?
But his head blew up, Jonathan, on Disney Channel.
Just
Like,
popped
that
like a balloon.
is like a milestone. That is a milestone.
Was that a particularly hard montage to get through?
No, and Bob nailed it. I think Bob boarded that bit.
He made it so that it was a feasible.
I don't think we got a note. I
remember you saying somebody said you guys got a note for Boney Boy coming back to life in the
Oh.
uh
Yeah, that was a weird thing. Like,
the age regressor ray hits Boney Boy.
yeah, and he's alive,
and he comes
he's
like, I'm
like,
alive.
I want to say that Martin pitched that joke, but I could be wrong about that.
That was a fun one.
Yeah.
So which side, you talked a little bit about this with Sarah and kind of the direction you want to take the show, what's more interesting. Which Milo side character that when you had to put him in an episode did you find like the most challenging to write or difficult to incorporate in a meaningful way?
Bradley, because I never wanted him to be one note. That was part of my motivation for Milo's World.
Right.
Is I wanted to get into his head and be like, why does this guy care? Like Vincent is so funny.
No,
Like,
he
he's
delivers so much snark to that role, which is
he's great.
Yeah.
He's so great. So it's like I wanted to make sure to try to give him something. And so that was part of my motivation in that episode was like, how do we actually show that Bradley has a perspective?
Yeah.
Like it's not just that he's being a jerk. He actually has thought about this.
Right. At the beginning and in a lot of the promo material, it would always say Bradley thinks of himself as like the perfect man for Melissa. That might have been overstated by the promo material. But what was the thought in the writer's room behind? Did he like have a crush on Melissa and then he met Carla and just Melissa was no longer in his mind?
Yeah, it was the kind of thing where we set that up at the football episode.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of drifted out. Like it was funny. It worked for that episode.
And it developed Melissa as, why she isn't, hanging out with other guys, so to speak. It's like, are they all like Bradley? Is that kind of and then how the friend group builds from there. With Chad and Mort, who you guys address look so similar in season 2. Which is great. Did you lose me?
Oh,
I lost you.
That came a little bit.
You're
Okay.
good now.
Yeah, that came right from the writer's room. That joke came right from the writer's room.
Their character designs are very similar. I think that was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Was it ever hard to characterize them, given how they're probably even more one note than Bradley?
Yeah, because they ended up being like, if Bradley's a secondary character, like they're kind of tertiary.
Right. Because like you need them for the band. They serve their purpose and they provide extra. Like it'll be like a cutaway gag humor or something along those lines.
And then again, it's like it's screen time. So you like, okay, am I going to give that joke to Mel or am I going to give that to Zach or that guy?
Right. Who people may or may not remember if they've seen this episode or whatnot.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So, just overall, I guess, what was the most challenging concept to overcome as a writer? Was it the fact that you had to keep it, G for Disney Channel, or was it having to incorporate like minute-long scenes with Cavendish and Dakota just talking and make them funny and engaging, or like what was the biggest challenge as a writer on Milo?
I think the biggest challenge was pinning down what the show was or not. So on the cool side, we were inventing that all the time. So we were constantly pushing out the walls on what Milo could be about.
Right.
And so creatively, that was hugely rewarding. One of the things that was frustrating was trying to develop and be consistent about an identity for what the show was. Like, I think thematically, there are things about Milo that are actually stronger than Phineas, because the values on Milo are a little bit older.
Right.
So the values on Milo are much more about like it's overcoming obstacles. That's a lot more mature value
Then celebrating positivity.
That's right, and it's not that is inherently weaker. It's that it's broader.
Right.
It's a broader and a younger conceit, and it works great on Phineas and Ferb. And for me personally, I was like, the idea of writing a character who has adversity every day in his life is like, that's so cool, and that's such a great chance to share with young people, like how your attitude can change your life.
Right.
And I think sometimes we actually got to talk about that. Sometimes we actually got to address that. And I would hope that some of that actually stuck with people.
Definitely, yeah. And you really do feel when you're watching it that the show has an identity. And even within each season, that, each season has its own identity and markers and, themes that
Definitely.
it tackles. And, talking about the identity of the show, given that the characters are older, you can address some of those things, and the context of school, which is something for kids to be able to relate to, and the challenges of school. And you finally got to kind of play with concepts like teachers and this and that. Was Mr. Draco who pitched Draco? Was that Dan just wanting to get Michael Koros in?
So that's two things. So I thought it'd be really funny if one of the teachers was a vampire, or everyone thought he was a vampire. Dan had this really great story about a bus driver when he was really young who kind of looked like Frankenstein's monster. And so in our early discussions, Dan was like, oh, that's really funny. And so we can kind of combine those elements into Mr. Draco. And then Dan was like, oh, I know who that could be. So like I posted a long time ago, like an initial sketch I did.
Yeah.
Of like him in like a Le Tigre shirt. And some like, this was one of the things that kind of got watered down. But the idea is that like their suspicion of him as a vampire is one of the things that's supposed to lead you into the Pistachion invasion.
Well, that was the payoff in Fungus Among Us, was when they see him and he's standing in sunlight.
It almost works. Like it didn't quite hit the way that I had hoped. It was he's a little weird. He actually is weird, but not in the way that you think he was weird. Oh, I lost you.
Yeah. You're back. Okay, yeah, you're saying he's weird, but not in the way you think. You're saying the arc didn't resolve the way you wanted it to in Fungus Among Us or something like that?
It just, there was a couple of little things that got adjusted in the reveal, but the idea is that they would have...
They knew something was off.
Yes, so that there was a little more tension.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was a good moment because you had been spacing out those beats pretty well throughout season 1.
Yeah, that's the hope.
But then Draco is one of those that got pretty sidelined for season 2 as well. But again, you brought him back for your speech and debate league. You found it.
Man.
Man, that episode is so much fun. Like it's one of those where like I'll go back and I'll be just like, oh man, I forgot that this is because you bring back this character, and it's like, oh, we haven't seen these people since season 1. It's a fun time. That's a really good episode.
Bob Bowen really took that episode and ran with it.
Yeah,
he definitely deserves like half the credit, if not more, on that episode. I had a very strange idea for what that was, and he kind of took it and really plussed it.
Awesome. Just in personal writing, do you prefer writing the self-contained stories or the big overarching ones? Which one do you like writing?
I like both. I like both.
You like both?
Yeah, because I'm a big structure guy. Like, I think that's one of my superpowers.
Okay.
But I also super like the intimate moments, like the moment you're talking about in Abducting.
Yeah.
Like, I love to sit down and think about what that intimate interaction is.
Yeah.
So I really like both. I like both.
And going back to that, it was surprising that you brought up. He's like, Dakota's like, I believe you, and he's like, no, you're saying that you believe that I'm hallucinating. That's not the same thing. Like,
that's not the same thing.
That's a deep concept, because as you know, with friends, you will do that sometimes, where you'll give them the benefit of the doubt, even if you're not entirely confident that what they're saying is true, because they're your friend. And
that's right.
Cavendish, being the completely logical and sometimes rash person that he is, hasn't quite processed that yet, so it makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, right. You brought that's like a very real thing that, you know, I don't think I've seen tackled anywhere else. It's like,
oh, thank you.
It's not like there. Disney Channel shows can sometimes fall into, and this is no offense to any of the creators, but like there can be like certain episodes that you like start seeing over. It's like, okay, I've seen this episode in this show. It's like a very similar premise to XY, because, you know, there's a lot of concepts you want to tackle, but like with Milo, that was something new. I hadn't seen it before, so very cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, I really tried to push what was on the show.
Yeah. Let's see. We talked a little bit about this earlier too. But favorite episodes written by yourself, like proudest episodes overall, proudest episodes by other writers, where you think like, what are their highlights? Like, maybe give each writer like their favorite episode that they did.
Well, yeah, some of that.
And, and then one last thing. What was the idea another writer pitched that you were slapping yourself for not thinking of first? That was like, it was just right in your face. You're just like, how did I not think of that?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, first, like Martin's Lard World episode, Danny's Love Toboggan, Jim's the one where they're on the boat.
Oh, Open Sea, the teachers' convention in Seattle.
Yeah, like and in particular, like the first draft of that script was like hilarious. But I like a lot of Jim stuff. And then for Val and Maria, like I really like the episode with Savannah and Mel. Like I just think it's super cool. And then Cast Party, and the Cast Party is like just super inventive. And so I super dug that one. And then for Scott, it's like the episode with him and Doof, I think, is completely insane.
Adventure buddies.
And then the episode, this is the teacher, the date episode.
Oh, yeah, teacher feature.
Yeah, I really like that episode.
That one is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then as far as like stuff that people are pitching, like there
was an idea in the writers' room. It was like, I just had that thought, and you said it before I did.
I mean, that kind of thing happens all the time, but like the beauty part is that because everyone is so sharp, it's like everyone's always adding. So it's like even if, like, let's say Scott came up with a concept and I pitched on it, and then like Val would pitch on that.
Right, and it was a system. It was like, you know, Val and Maria kept you in check, and then you had you and Martin are pitching like these really crazy ideas, and Scott's like, I'm the story editor. We got to keep everything together, and
we got to keep it on track and make sure you can actually follow the show.
There's a dynamic to it, yeah.
Yeah. And I will say that one of the things that I'm proud of, because I'm ridiculous about this, but like Giant Diogi.
Yes, like, in the season finale.
Like, I was obnoxious about that.
They put that in the trailer for the season, which was great, because we all were like, "What is this?"
I love Diogi so much, and I was like, we need to do this. I was like, we need, and like, and that finale, like that was also really emotional. Like sitting down as a group and walking through those beats, like how we were going to reveal her and what Milo was actually going to do and how to save her, and everyone holding on to each other and building it, something that starts ridiculous, the giant dog, and then Dioji actually being the thing that can get you right into the thing, like.
Yeah, I love the way that you wrote, like, you're going to use the reducinator, but it was set to enlarge, so if that plan had actually gone through, the planet would have been doomed.
Exactly. Oops.
Yeah, and you actually gave it, like, 3 attempts at the spheres. Like, Milo tries it alone, and then they try it with the reducinator, which doesn't work, and then they take a 3rd attempt. So, like, even within that episode, you managed to make it seem like a real threat, with the limited time. Which, I mean,
and
there's some things, like, I know in Milo in Space, you establish Milo's backpack is empty, which was then frustrating for Sphere and Loathing, because we never see him refill his backpack, but he suddenly got all this Earth stuff, and we're like, what happened? I'm guessing that scene was probably there, it just had to be cut.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, gosh dang it, like, we had tracked it, know? Because for me, it was like, and this is one of those writing things. It's like you want to it's like Thor Ragnarok. You take away his hair, his hammer, his dad, his home.
Who is he?
And then you build him back up.
Yeah.
And I had been pitching Milo's backpack not working for 2 years.
Which it was in Abducting too. He runs out of stuff, and Doof and the gang have to save him.
That's where I set it up, or that was the goal.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was interesting. If you take his tools away, what is Milo really about? And Milo is actually, again, that hero arc. He's about being prepared so he can save people.
Right. Not just himself. To be able to live, a life with other people as a normal person, he has to adapt to, the deck he's been dealt, so to speak, the hand he's been dealt.
Yeah. And in order to do that responsibly, you have to look out for the people closest to you.
Right.
And that's heroic.
Yeah. So, a little bit about Orton as a character. Like, you really love Doctor Who, and you kind of pitched him as, Dr. Zone, and it got through. Was there, like, a fine line between making sure it wasn't too much parody and that he was actually a fleshed-out character, given the limited amount of screen time he has? Like, was there ever a point where you're like, oh, I'm pushing this... I want this Dr. Zone reference or Doctor Who reference.
Always. Like that was a constant back and forth, because I thought it'd be so cool if Milo was his own hero. So it's like all the stuff I'm talking about that's kind of esoteric about Milo's heroism arc. That's what's built into Dr. Zone.
Right. It's a parallel story.
Yes. So the idea is like, if you're creating the show and like you end up actually influencing real life, like that's a heady concept.
Right.
And so I thought it'd be funny if it's like a guy's trying to just create a television show, ends up on a real adventure, and then has to become a hero himself, which is ridiculous.
Right. And now I'm getting where you're going with the backpack being empty, because... Yeah, in the final version, it seemed kind of just like a thing like, oh, his backpack's empty. At least in Milo in Space. I lost you. And you're back.
Yeah, that was, at that point, all the writers had left the show.
Oh, wow.
So
it was just we salvage what we have.
Yeah, like we weren't around. So it's like, there's a lot of things on people's plates when they're trying to get things through production.
Right.
And Dan and Swampy can't keep track of everything. They're doing the best they can. But that was the benefit of when we were all on staff.
Was you could talk through those things and track stuff, yeah.
That's right.
Good stuff. So, somebody did a question, what happens to Milo on Friday the 13th? Was there a writer's headcanon for this? Is he luckier?
We pitched that episode like 3 or 4 times.
Really? That was an episode you pitched?
Yeah, like I pitched it once. I think Scott did. I think Jim talked about it. Like we all thought it would have been perfect. And my hope is that we would have done it in season 3. And we talked about different things. We talked about like nothing happens, but like Zach would be convinced that it would be so much worse.
Yeah.
Like that Zach would think that it's like atomic level, and then like nothing happens. Or we talked about it really is atomic level. But yeah, we absolutely, it was something we wanted to do.
And that was just one that couldn't figure out the pitch just yet.
Yeah, the other one that we lost, that we got far on, like other than Cavendish Farms, which went to outline, was an episode that Scott and I did that was like a short horror anthology.
Oh, kind of like Tri-State Trilogy of Terror.
Yep. And this is a lesson for everybody who wants to work in a creative field. I made a fundamental error. Before they shot it down in the room, I ended up saying something derisive about it.
Oh.
And then all Dan and Swampy had to do was agree with me. And so after that, Scott and I went to our office, and I was just like, "I'm so sorry."
We had it.
Scott was like, "What were you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know." And so that was a really hard lesson, because then we had to write a new episode. We had to come up with a new episode. I forget what took that spot. But that was so brutal, man.
Oof.
Like that was a mistake. I made a mistake. And like Dan and Swampy had no animosity toward that particular episode.
It was just you pointed out a flaw in it when you should have let them pick apart the flaws and you try to fix them.
I should have just been quiet.
Yep. Let other people pick apart your work and go from there. Don't be like, well, I have this, and it's got this issue here, and it's like, oh, it does have that issue.
Be quiet, Josh. Be quiet.
So let's talk about ships a little bit. Who decides on the relationship arcs for the show? How do you make sure the development is well paced? Like I mentioned, yeah, you talked about the Milo or Amanda kissing Milo and managing was like in and out and in and out. And
yeah.
Just trying to decide. And then also, like, what are your ships for the show? Is it kind of what the writers think, or do you have a couple other ships that maybe like do you ship Scott and Mildred? You know, is that is that one of your favorite ships?
That's why I brought it up. You're asking about like one of my favorite jokes, like
no ships.
Yeah. Like that is one of my all-time favorites.
In like Escape, they make it, and he's got his little Mildred babies.
And like that's why I put it in Abducting. Like the fact that he's jealous of Dakota, and everyone jumped on that. I mean, that's why it kept coming back. So that's awesome. I would say that Dan and Swampy tend to want us to be more subtle with the sentiment. So for instance, I'm always pitching more hugs.
Right.
Like just all the time. And at some point, like I got into it with Dan, and I'm like, Dan, I literally put 3 hugs in here because I knew you were going to cut 2. So like that happened all the time. So what I was talking about, like, pitching high, so because it's going to get cut.
Right.
It's the same thing. So it's like with on a kiss, and it didn't hit, it didn't land. We weren't going to have anything.
I lost you. You're beginning to tell the first story about the kiss that didn't land, sort of.
So in Sphere and Loathing,
yeah,
there wasn't going to be any kiss. Dan and Swampy were like, no, it's not working, until, and I want to say that it was Val and Maria who threw this out, that it was Mel who instigated.
Which makes sense, because she's been on the more resistant side of the whole time.
Yep, and it's in character for Melissa, and when that happened, then Dan and Swampy were on board, and so, someone just posted, like, Amanda hugging Milo in Cake Explosion, like, we really wanted to put those things in there, but Dan and Swampy always want to make sure that it's not false.
Right.
So my 3 hug policy, that's usually what I would like, because I want Cavendish and Dakota to be affectionate.
Yeah, especially in like the crossover, the fact that you got them to bring back the island as a plot point in the crossover. I can't imagine that had to have been. I imagine that had to have been hard to try and save that, because that very
that was
Milo.
always the plan. That was always the plan.
That was always the plan to have that in
Because
the crossover. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
because I wanted because they're already established. So once you meet them in Island, you forget about them. Right?
Right.
You're like, "Oh, that's really cool. What an interesting idea." And then you realize it's like, "Okay, but Cavendish has to see that."
Right.
And that's an emotional downbeat. But then you use them to help save the day, right?
Which
so
is really
up,
cool.
Down, up, down, up, down. But that was always a part of my initial pitch, because otherwise you're just throwing it away, right? Also, there were way weirder Dakotas that I had to cut.
Mermaid
there
Dakota.
Was like Mermaid Dakota, and like there were other ones that I like, or I think are in the first draft. And Dan's like, "What are you doing? Like, we can't. Like, someone has to draw this." And I'm like, "Okay." And then as far as ships go, like, I always feel like people should always ship what they want, because that's an audience participation. Like,
right, you want to get invested in the characters.
That's like the best thing. I think one of the things that can be so upsetting is when people like get into it about ships or what's canon,
and it becomes a war.
And it's like we should all just be celebrating and being like, "That's great," and like do that fan art. That's so cool. But like, the only thing that's definitive is what's on screen.
Does that make you have like a bigger responsibility to make sure that it works within the characters?
I think so. But like I shared with you, because when it's in my head, I've pitched 3 versions, right?
Right.
And then we write it and we storyboard it, and then it's animated.
And that's just such a long process. By the time it gets you, it's like, what did I even put in there? I don't remember.
So my version is sometimes just like yours, where it's my imagination interacting with the original, what's on screen.
Right.
Because I know all the things that we didn't do, or I know all the things that we tried to do.
And so you have all that to kind of pick from, say this worked, this didn't work, and we have this idea that we can bring back.
And also that it confuses me. So like your guys' experience with the show is different than mine, not just because I'm a writer, but because I was thinking about them all the time, right? So it's like, I'm thinking about like, okay, if Milo and Melissa are together, what does that look like? If it's Melissa and Zach, why is that good? Like what
makes them good for each other? And
because you don't necessarily want to do it just cause,
right?
Or it's like, and I think this this was something that it's like we talked about, was like whether Cavendish and Dakota could be in a relationship.
Cutting up
in this of
it's iffy. This is okay. So you were saying one of the things we talked about was whether or not Cavendish and Dakota could be in a relationship. That was where you started.
Yes. And so it's like, if people want to ship that, like, hey man, that's cool.
Right.
Like, I don't have any issue with that. Like, but for me, the thing that was interesting about writing them is that they have a bond that isn't romantic.
Right.
And the reason it's interesting to me is because when it comes to guys, that's a harder thing to portray.
Right. Because Milo says, or I think it's Sarah's like, "Oh, you're right. You're boys. You never talk about feelings." And she's like, "Well, I'm not necessarily feelings about clothes."
That's the cliche,
Right.
And so, but like I said, it's like, but if people want to ship that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like these two guys absolutely love each other.
Yeah.
So in whatever version that works for you, like that's fine. Or like the thing with Milo and Melissa, it's like if your engagement in the show makes you happy because you think about them being that partnership, that's great.
Yeah.
And again, that's actually one of the reasons why I think Dan and Swampy like to be careful about those things.
And make it subtle enough that you can kind of go whichever way you want, but also
that's right.
The writers have
that's
a clear
right.
direction with it. So it's like writers, we have this, but at the same time, we don't want to impose stuff on it. It's very like a good example is like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like I think of that with how they played Aang and Katara and Toph and Sokka and how they developed their characters. They played with their characters a lot romantically.
Well, and how Zuko fits into that, right? So and then it's like at some point with Zuko, the romance is not important. It's the bond between friends and warriors.
Right.
So that's like that takes the priority.
And that's his in Tales of Ba Sing Se is his date, which again, that's a great episode. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah. And like the book that I wrote just last year for Avatar.
Yeah, I need to check that out. I'm just finishing up season 2 right now. I need to get to season 3, but I'm really enjoying it.
Right on, man. No, take your time. The show is so good. But like I get into relationships like from Uncle Iroh's perspective. And like that stuff is great. That's very rich material.
Yeah.
And it's like on Milo and on Phineas. It's like any opportunity to enrich and elevate those relationships, that's what you're shooting for.
Yeah, and that's definitely what Night of the Living Pharmacists did.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's like it could have just been a thrown away episode, but we didn't want to do that.
Right. Okay, so this is another concept that we know is dropped. Zach's younger siblings, who are supposed to be in Murphy's Lard.
I don't know that we ever boarded it. I know that we talked about them.
Yeah.
And it may have been in the script. But I think it ended up just being a joke, which I still think is funny. But
they kind of got put in the archive because there was so much to do with season 2 and everything else.
That's it.
Let's see. I think you already answered this, but like, what would you have incorporated Phineas and Ferb into the show again for a standalone episode with Milo if Dan Swampy approved? And like, what would the pitch be for because he's like, make sure to cross over any time. He's like, we will, but then we don't see them for the rest of the season.
But then we don't. Yeah, like there's a version of Milo in Space where they're there at the beginning, and I think I wrote a version where they help them get off planet.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Because again, that seemed if you had
it's a good purpose for them. It doesn't bring them in to the point where it's overtaking Milo, uses their talents. But I'm guessing you're not going to spoil Cavendish Farms, but like that was big, and then you had to throw in Phineas and Ferb with Cavendish Farms in the same episode, and to try and do all of that before the season finale.
Oh, it was gonna be so sweet. It was gonna be so sweet.
I'd love if once we get the official renewal or cancellation, I'd love to hear the Cavendish Farm story at some point.
Oh, I can tell you right now.
Oh,
we're not
please
because I don't.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it because
please
I don't
do.
Like,
I would love to hear Cavendish Farms
because Dan and Swampy didn't really want to do it. So, but like the idea is that, like, in order to.
No, you're cutting off. No, Rex, we're about to hear it. No. Hold on. Right as you started explaining it, Disney took the stream. No, okay. You're good now.
Okay, go ahead. So, in order to track down the AWOL Cavendish, right? That's why they need Cavenpuss.
Right.
So they go to this place where Dakota has kind of duplicated Cavendish. And they're all like none of them are really Cavendish. So it's like you get to, it's like upstate New York.
Oh my gosh, it's the concept from Alka Files coming back of the clones.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So like it's totally Jurassic Park. What I imagined is you'd come over the hill, and it's like da-da-da-da-da, and there's like this like roaming pack of Cavendishes, and they're kind of acting like
It's a
dinosaurs.
herd.
It's a herd. They do move in herds, and like some of them are like boneless,
Oh my god.
right? Like that super crazy boneless gag that
Yeah.
we put in. That's also one of my favorite gags.
That is great.
And then
Was it?
and then the idea.
I was gonna say really quick. Was that a work backwards from you had that idea and then they put it in Parks and Rec, or was that a Parks and Rec and you incorporated it?
It was always gonna be in. It was always gonna be in Milo in Space, and then we worked back.
Gotcha. Cool. Keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah. But yeah, so like the idea was like none of the Cavendishes are perfect, and so it's like going there doesn't work the way that he wants it to work. But it was a chance to like do the Island of Dakotas for
Cavendish. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, but what was so funny is that Dan and Swampy were really allergic to it for that reason, and I was like, but you guys, like, that's why it's funny. Like,
It's paralleling the other side of the story.
yeah,
And I love that
Yeah,
Dakota's
so-
responsible for both of them.
yeah,
He's
like
got
yeah,
two of
and
these
it's like,
islands to manage.
and it's like, wow, this is such a bad idea, you know.
It's like the Cavendishes are
and-
constantly getting themselves in trouble.
But it's like what was funny to me about it is that like Dan and Swampy's allergy to it was like motivation for why I thought it was right. It's like because it's a bad idea. Like it's Dakota's idea. Like
Yeah.
of course it's bad. Like this there's no benefit to this at all. Like
It
it's
was just something that he wanted to try. Did he use Doof to get all the clones of the Cavendishes? Was that how he cloned him? Or
Yeah, the idea is that Doof would have actually helped with the solution.
Gotcha.
Like same thing in the final. Like that was one of the things that survived is that it's Doof's perspective that actually helps solve it.
Well, it's a nice wrap up to their friendship arc too. Which is cool.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was, and then does Cavenpuss still come in with Cavendish Farms, or?
No, that's kind of the cool thing is that even though we lost Cavendish Farms, we gained some of Cavenpuss. So that's that's kind of the nature of the beast.
What was the arc at the end of Cavendish? Was it Dakota and realizes that Cavendish, he just realizes on his own, or does one of the Cavendishes tell him, or?
I think it comes down to like one of the Cavendishes gives him a heart-to-heart, and then it's a Doof who actually calls out and goes, like, dude, you already know what he would do, right? Like, you know him better than, right? Like,
Yeah,
you
you've
know
been
him
talking
better
to
than
me
he
about
knows
him for
himself.
a week, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the solution is similar.
That's really, was there a Milo plot
then-
for that episode, or was that just
I
gonna
think
be...
the Milo. I want to say that the Milo plot was the getting off the.
still getting off the elevator?
Yeah.
It was just the
No, that actually no. Scott invented that.
Okay.
There was something else. I don't remember what it is now.
All right, that'd be fun to look up and see in the early Cavendish Farms draft, see what Milo was up to. But yeah, I love how it ended up with the cliffhanger for Milo in space. That looped in really nicely.
Oh man, that was a big one. Like we all really wanted it, and Dan really fought for that. Like we had to fine tune it so that we weren't like, oh, he's dead. But like I started the episode with that. Like I started with this whole other thing that we ended up taking out that was a little more dramatic.
Yeah.
But that was the mislead. That was the fun of the mislead. It's like, no, he's dead.
Well, that was
and then the Disney Channel logo would come up, you know.
Oh, I love the end credits song for Milo. I actually think, for me, that's the credits version of the theme song is better because it's got this really cool guitar part where it's like it keeps going.
It's really good. It's really good.
But yeah, with Milo in space, the way it kind of builds and you find out that it's Cone afterwards. I remember the fandom that week on that cliffhanger was the discussion was, is the show's logic being pushed by Milo being able to survive in space? And and is this real? Is it it's like, is it cartoon logic? How far is it gonna go? And it's like, oh, it's Cone.
And that's why they hold their breath when they transform.
Right, which is really interesting. Now,
Yeah.
I know
So
at other times you do see them, like when they all say, I am Milo, they're kind of
yeah.
able to talk while they're transformed. Is there a thought behind that logic? Or.
So it's like the guys who, it's their Earth.
Okay, so they can breathe
So
that. But on Earth, they have to hold their breath when they become like the dog bolt.
it's a little harder. It's just a little harder. Again, it's like it's one of those things where you go, like, you want them to be able to talk to get the emotion of the scene,
Right.
and so you bend it a little bit. But it is an alien planet, so
No, I'd never even thought about the logic behind that. If it's their own air, the
yeah,
holding breath is going to make. And then they keep the little pieces of every bit of molecular thing they've touched, which makes sense why
yeah.
they can turn back into things that they've already been before. They don't always have
That's
to be
right.
touching something.
That's
So,
right. That's right.
good thought to the logic in that. All good stuff. Um, let's see. Do you have a favorite Phineas and Ferb and Milo song? Doesn't have to be one you wrote. Just are you gonna go with the classic where everybody's like, oh, it's Gitchy Gitchy Goo is the best Phineas song.
I love the Give Up song.
Give up, I give up.
That like that was very early on when I was trying to catch up on the show,
Yeah.
and I was working on the show, and I was like, just doing research, and I was like, oh my god, that's one of my favorite things.
Oh, it's
Like
so good.
that, like, oh my god, I love that.
And
And then I
Milo.
love on Milo. There was one song.
I know the one in Milo in Space is one of my favorites. I'm a Catastrophe.
That one's good. That one's really good. I love going to the zoo, man.
Going
Like,
to the zoo.
It's so stupid.
We
But
need
that. I love that.
we need to release the full version of Dan singing it because you never really get the full.
Oh yeah, that
thing in the
would be super
episode.
cool. I hope they do an album, man. I wish they would.
One
I
day,
wish they would.
maybe Dan Swampy can get Disney to let you because like.
And then there's a
like
there's a tech. Go ahead.
I have to see because like I see some like Amphibia's composer and Star Versus' composer like when the episodes air they're like dropping the musical tracks for it.
Hey,
Which,
yeah,
like,
that's.
I'm like, is there something different with Milo? Different rules just because it's Dan Swampy's songwriting contract? It's all.
Some of it could be because of Al.
That's true.
So I know that we could only ask him to sing a certain amount of songs, I want to say.
He only got one in season 2. It was the How Do I Do It?
Yeah.
Uptown Funk, which was a lot of fun.
I mean, and obviously it's like, he was amazing to work with. It wasn't like nobody was throwing their weight.
It wasn't
around or
like,
anything.
give me a little bit more.
No, it was like his schedule and like what they could work out on the right side.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like, and so, but then the cool part is like, then we got to pick and choose. So then it was like, yeah, we definitely want
rooting
Al
for the
to
enemy
sing this.
because that was like
right.
that was like one of the mission statement episodes was we got Weird Al, he's gonna sing.
Definitely. And he sang on the vacation thing, which was like, that was such an honor.
Yeah, it's true. I forgot he sang
him.
in that one because that's like a shorter song.
And that was one of the ones I got to co-write, so that was cool.
Yeah, you got to co-write for Weird Al. That's
man,
that's a life accomplishment right there.
That's a bucket list, man.
Definitely. What's your favorite contribution? This could include candidates against the years. Your favorite contribution to the Phineas universe as a whole, and do you guys in the writers' room call it the Dwampyverse? Because that's the only thing the fandom has come up with is the Dwampyverse. Do you just call it the Phineas-verse? Or
yeah, I don't even know that we ever did. We definitely talked about them being like the Marvel universe. Like
right.
We literally would say that in conversation.
It's our Marvel universe.
I don't think we ever had a name for it.
Yeah, because I'm always like, what do I call this universe in my videos and
talk about it. And then as far as like
we always just say Dwampyverse. That's it.
Yeah, that works. Dwampyverse works. Yeah,
it's got a nice ring to it.
That works.
Yeah.
I think probably for the Phineas, like it's Night of the Living Pharmacist because that was like something original that I pitched. So it's like the idea that there's a zombie episode because I had the opportunity to work on the show, and because I pitched something that Dan and Swampy liked. Like that's like the best.
Absolutely.
That's like hugely rewarding. and like really validating. And I know a lot of people love that episode, and like that feels great. That feels great, and I feel like that's one of the things that if I wasn't on the show, I don't know that that ever would have happened.
Right.
You know,
It's yeah.
and I know for a fact that that's one of the reasons why Dan and Swampy considered me to write for Milo.
That's so cool.
Because in my own time, I came up with a story, pitched them something that they liked, they thought it was interesting, and I was able to co-write it with Scott.
There's another tip: be proactive. Get your stuff done and have it ready. I think Dan mentioned at one point, he's like, the best advice I can give for Hollywood is always have your script ready, or something, because people be like, oh, I'm here to be in Hollywood. It's like, well, do you have anything I can read? No.
Exactly.
Out of curiosity, what's the I know you said you wrote some Avatar spec scripts, which kind of got you the job on the book, but what is there still like a use for spec scripts in this world of NDAs, and you can't send the writers the scripts because they could potentially take ideas and get in lawsuits and stuff? Is there still, do you think spec scripts are important?
That's separate. I would say that it depends on what the showrunner wants to see in a sample.
Okay.
I think spec scripts can be very useful. Like, I haven't written one in a while, because lately it's been people want to read something original. So these things are kind of cyclical. So it's like some people want to see something like a short story, or they, sometimes they want to see an original concept or a play. Like, it really depends on what the showrunners are looking for.
Right.
But I think that if you want to write, the practice of sitting down, breaking an episode of something that you love already, doing an analysis of all the scenes and all the story arcs, that's still a very useful exercise.
Absolutely. Figure out why you like what you like.
Yep. It's very useful.
It's definitely what I've tried to do on Milo with a couple of my videos and breaking down scenes and story arcs.
Yeah. That's how you start to understand it.
Yeah. Okay, so we got some suggestions on universe names here in the comments section. We got
Danville Televised.
We got the Tri-State Universe of Terror.
That's fun.
The PMU, Pav and Marsh Universe.
I like the Tri-State-averse. That works.
Tri-State-verse. The Pav and Marsh Universe. The Danville Televised, the DTU.
I like that one, DTU. That's fun.
That'd be fun. You guys should talk about it next time y'all get together. Name for the universe.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get together.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least maybe I can do something with Candace Against the Universe and get you guys together to.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That would be a lot of fun.
That would be fun. Yeah.
All right. What are some other projects you're working on right now that you'd love others to check out?
So Last Kids on Earth, because Scott and I worked on that together. So that's on Netflix right now. And if people don't know, because some people might not have known, Scott and I wrote a book.
Shipwreckers.
Called Shipwreckers, The Curse of the Cursed Temple of Curses, or We Nearly Died a Lot. And the title actually used to be longer. It used to say a lot, and Hyperion made us change it.
They let you get away with a lot.
They did, but only so much. But this is a book Scott and I wrote together, and it's actually available in paperback from your favorite retailer.
All right.
And this is something like, this is, of all the things that I've worked on, like, this is probably the thing I'm most proud of.
Right, because it's an original story you managed to sell, and
because stuff
lost you.
Yeah, and it's like if
right, we lost you right as
was an idiot.
We lost you right as you said, this is what I'm most proud of because
it's like there's stuff in the first draft that made it all the way to the end. So Scott and I's vision for what this is really complete.
Right.
So the thing that's in our head is actually on the page.
Which is something that doesn't really happen in TV just because it has to go through so many people.
Yeah, just by the nature of it.
Yeah.
And it's nothing malicious. It's just how it works. And so it's a story about a guy who is like if Indiana Jones was an idiot. and the two kids who have to do all the heavy lifting and save them from these very dangerous situations. There's a lot of terrible jokes, a lot of great puns. It's a very silly. It's good for kids, but it's also smart enough for older too.
All right.
And then for adult audiences, I got to co-write a show for Crunchyroll, which hopefully will be out later this year.
Is that the Onyx Equinox?
Onyx Equinox, and it's got horror and drama. It's an amazing team led by Sophia Alexander. It's her show, and that'll be on Crunchyroll hopefully later this year.
Do you have favorite animes? Any favorite animes that you like to watch?
I'm like into the older stuff. Like I'm like a Vampire Hunter D fan.
Gotcha.
And like Akira and like stuff.
Cowboy
like,
Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop. All that stuff blew my mind when I was like 12 or 13. But I also super love Parasite. I like the horror stuff.
I've heard that one's really interesting. Yeah.
It's so cool, and it gets into some really interesting areas. But yeah, it's really good.
Definitely, anime tackles a bunch of stuff. Western just doesn't.
It does. A lot of people a lot more leeway.
A lot of people are suggesting the Doofenverse because of Doof's major presence in both shows.
Yeah, he's the connecting data.
Okay, so when working with like big stars like Weird Al and Mark Hamill, were there ever any lines that they took and they improvised on? And like, how does that affect you? You know, as the actors would improvise your lines based off something that you would write.
They do it all the time. We don't go to all the records. Swampy invited everybody to come, but it's like a lot of times we're just working.
Yeah, you can't be at everything.
One of my favorite memories though, because we just lost Fred Willard this year.
Yeah.
But Danny and I went to see him record with Shelley Long, for the Christmas Carol, and that was unreal. And they improvised, but it's like the improvisations were within the line. So it's like all the intent was the same, but they might change the rhythm or add some words. And like, I couldn't breathe. Like I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
And that was an extraordinary experience. And you know, you want the actors to contribute. Like they're not just there to like read it and go home. I mean, that's my hope.
Yeah, it's no out tear theory.
And yeah, not really. Like you want contribution,
right?
You know?
Definitely. Yeah. So this is another fun question. Was there ever a feeling of redundancy going from writing Aliens for Milo and then turning around to write Aliens for Candace Against the Universe? Was there ever
That's an interesting question.
Jokes in the crew like, oh, we just did Aliens and now we're doing them again?
Totally, and we talked about that early days. But the Candace movie, we actually broke a whole different story first. So we actually outlined something completely different.
Yeah.
And the studio wanted something else. So we actually have another movie that's we already broke the back of. So maybe one day we'll get a chance to do that. But that helped because that first thing that we wrote, it was very different from Milo and the Octalians.
Yeah.
So by the time we kind of moved on to this new idea, this Candace-focused idea, like it's different from that. It's different from her on Mars.
It's different from me.
Yes, and we talked about this, because John Barry was in. He was working with us, and you know, so we talked about all those things. But one of the not the prompt, but like one of the things that Disney wanted was something that would be fresh enough for new audiences, but also plug in all the fans.
Right.
So it was one of those things.
The ever present problem.
Always and forever, right?
Yep.
So So Meep is pretty inside baseball.
Unless you're in Japan.
Meep is awesome, right?
Right.
But it's like if you hadn't gotten to that episode for whatever reason,
to make
like,
Meep a huge part of the plot would just be like,
yeah,
why is
yeah.
I turned on Disney Plus and clicked on the first original I saw, and what is this?
Exactly.
Do you guys have like a map of all the aliens that you've introduced in the writer's room?
No, we're pretty disposed about it. Us having to clarify each other, going like, okay, the Ox aliens are not the Greek chorus guys. Like, no, that's a different. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's
okay,
a
no,
different species, and
but we had to like sit down and have that conversation. Okay, we have 2 alien species, like, and get everyone on board with that idea. So that was kind of fun because it was like, oh no, those guys are different. This is something else, you know.
yeah, you got cut off a little bit there.
Okay.
I think we got the. You're saying there's like the purpose of each alien. I think is where you're talking about like these aliens of the Greek chorus and
Yeah, like,
Octalions,
and then we had to just decide like, oh, it's okay to have 2 alien races because they serve different purposes.
Right. That makes sense, and just kind of keeping that all in order.
Yeah.
So Vanessa's kind of introduced. This is another one I got. Vanessa's kind of introduced later in season 2, and it's kind of implied that she had met the Murphys before. Was there ever an episode pitch for an episode where she sees her dad living with the Murphys and has to come to terms with that?
I think we talked about it a little bit, but again, it was one of those things where how much time do we want to give Vanessa on the show?
Right. So it's
like
not Phineas.
Yes. One of my early ideas for the babysitter character, I initially was talking about that being Vanessa potentially.
Right.
Just because I thought that'd be cool.
And the name kept the V, if I remember right. Was it? Why am I forgetting? I'm blanking.
I forget her name too, but it's actually the same actor. So like it's Olivia.
Oh, okay.
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's Olivia.
No, I think it's they got the girl from Hallmark.
Oh, really? I thought
channel to voice. Oh, it's not Vanessa. Why am I forgetting it? It's Veronica. Veronica.
It's Veronica. But
yes.
But Olivia's on the show, isn't she? Like, doesn't she? I thought she did a couple voices for us.
I think she did a couple additional, Milo. But I don't think she played a Milo character. She was one of the few. Because Baljeet's voice actor, I'm not going to try and pronounce his name, came back for Neil.
Yeah, Malik. Yeah,
he came back for Neil, and you had Vincent came back for
and we had
Bradley,
Vincent.
And you had Allison Stoner as Lydia, and like a lot of different minor roles.
Yeah, we tried to bring back everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was good.
So. Oh yeah, Danica McKellar.
Danica McKellar. That's who it was.
Yeah, that was actually a big get. Because I've been in love with her since Wonder Years, so I'm not ashamed to admit that.
There you go, another thing on the bucket list.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. For sure.
So this was another question. What room does Doof sleep in, or does he just sleep in his shed in the Milo house? Because
I think he's between the couch and the shed.
Okay, he just like sleeps half indoors, half out.
I think it's always funnier when he's on the couch.
That is true.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are there any places Disney really asked for things to be tweaked other than to make Doof a minor character with Milo? Like, was there any story guidance the execs really tried to give, or did they pretty much let you free reign?
Like Jay is a super supportive guy, and like the Doof thing was really just like, hey, we should keep a Phineas flavor in the show. And
gotcha.
We kind of we talked. We like I said, like a Bumpyverse thing. So we actually tried to do it that way, but then the stuff would get cut, right?
Right. So you tried to do the whole Bumpyverse thing and pitch more things, but then they get cut because the focus was on Milo, and Doof already had enough screen time showing up like every episode.
That's kind of what ended up happening.
It was like, this character, we can't justify them being here. Put Doof in.
Yeah, because we thought, like, Martin pitched a couple times Buford and Baljeet. like
That'd
just
be
in
fun.
different, like, as a C story,
Yeah.
as a B story.
And it just never stuck.
It just didn't stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. I think that's all of my questions. Let's go to the comments just really quick if you're okay. You got a little bit more time?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So if you have any questions for Josh, go ahead and throw them in the chat, and we'll knock them out one by one. Thank you to all of you who stayed I think we're like over 3 hours in. I lost you again. No.
How many people are on here?
I haven't been paying attention to the numbers because I can't keep that screen up along with the chat and the streaming program.
Okay.
You can see how many people are watching on your screen if you wanna say.
Oh, 61. Wow.
Wow, we got 61 people on. Yeah. So.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, we've been going for 3.5. Thank you so much for coming on because, Milo is one of those shows that there's just not a lot of information about. So I really appreciate the fact that you engage with the fandom so much online too, and
yeah, man,
answer questions. And yeah, it's a great time because Milo. It's every time people get Dan Swampy on, it's like Phineas this, Phineas that, and nobody ever talks about Milo. So
people don't talk about Milo.
I love to have the conversation though. It's just such a fascinating show.
Oh, thanks, man.
All right.
While we're waiting for questions, one of the things that I actually wanted to share, like fun behind the scenes thing.
Yeah.
There was something that I pitched for season 3 that we kind of decided internally that we wouldn't do. But I had this idea that Milo is responsible for the Big Bang.
Oh my.
And so at some point, so it's like, if you follow that hero arc, right? Oh, good. There's some questions. Thanks, guys. We'll be right there. If you follow that hero arc, it's like, it's all about something bad that Milo turns into something good.
Right.
And I was like, okay, what's the ultimate version of that, right?
The Big Bang.
So the Big Bang? It's an explosion.
That something
Milo's life is
good
full
is
of
going to come out of.
Something good came out of it.
Oh, and you set that up too with in like season 2. It's like Murphy's Law used to be so nuanced and complex. Now things just blow up. You laid the groundwork for it. Great stuff.
It would have been a lot of fun. Like I will say, for the record, I have not lost hope for season 3.
No, it absolutely could still be.
But I also have not heard either way. Like I talked to Dan a week ago. I talked to Swampy like a week before that.
He's got his new pilot. Is that pretty funny? Have you seen it?
I have seen it. I can't say anything about it. I definitely liked it.
Okay, that's good.
It was really funny. But they are still kind of neck deep in finishing Candace.
Right.
So that's the priority right now. So hopefully it does well, and then we don't know. Like Disney might say they want a series. They might say we want another film.
Who knows?
It's really it's interesting times because we don't know what their parameters are. Like we don't actually know what their needs are.
And there's new leadership, but the numbers for Milo when it aired were good. They just never did reruns, which is still baffling. For it's like you play the episode once and then it never again. But
yeah, we did not really understand why we were treated the way we were treated.
Yeah.
We never really got any clear information.
And I guess that's part of the industry too. Is there's only so much you can do. There's a point where it goes beyond you. But yeah, holding out hope. I think we talked about in the fandom what Disney might do is if the Phineas movie does good, do another season of Milo, really push on the advertising that Doof is in it, maybe they say another Phineas episode, like Phineas and Ferb need to appear in another episode or something, like the season 3 premiere or something, to try and drive the numbers from the Candace movie. We could see that happening given how much Phineas has been integrated into Milo. That's the hope.
And we talked about doing something that was both shows.
Yeah.
If you had 22, you could do a Milo and do a Phineas.
Phineas Flynn's Law is already taken, sorry.
Yeah, no, but we talked, I think at one point I pitched Dan, the Milo Phineas Power Hour.
That would be cool.
Because I mean, that's where we were headed.
Yeah.
And I think there's still a lot. Like I had this interesting experience where when I joined the show in season 4, most of the team had been there from the beginning. Not all of them,
Right.
but most of them. And so there were definitely people who felt like, we had really told all the stories. And because they had crafted it
right
as a team, But when I came in from the outside, I was kind of like, I feel like I could write these guys for another 3 years, if that's what we wanted.
Right, because you kind of had the fresh perspective.
I did, yeah.
Which is really cool. All right, so let's go into the questions. First one.
What do we got?
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Hey, you know what? What you do on the weekend, that's your prerogative.
Great answer. All right. Hey Josh, what's your opinion on the alien llama judge and judge concentric circles?
Okay, concentric circles. I think that's all Martin Olson, and that's brilliant. That's amazing.
That's one of those ideas that, like, I saw it for the first time. I was just like, what is this?
It breaks your head.
It really does.
And if it was Jim's idea, I apologize. But I think that was Marty, and like it's insane. Like, oh, I love it. I absolutely love
that trial is so unjust, but so wonderful.
Well said. Well said.
Okay, what are some character dynamics that you didn't get to explore much of on the show, but you think would have been really good relationships and bonds?
That I didn't get to explore. More Sarah and Milo. Like, just showing different sides of their relationship.
Definitely.
More mom and dad.
Yeah.
I had a lot more mom and dad in First Impressions that got cut. That was actually totally heartbreaking.
Oh.
I had like a whole runner about what they felt like literally just watching Milo walk away from them down the sidewalk.
Oh my gosh.
And like, I'll see if I can maybe find that stuff.
Yeah, if you want to post that bit of the draft, that would be really... Yeah, because Martin, as a character in the show, he's treated as the sarcastic Murphy, which is fun.
Yeah.
But as far as emotional depth, I think the biggest you get is in Athledecamathlon when he's got his trophy arc. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's Jim. Yeah. But yeah, that's something that I actually wanted to do more of because I'm a parent.
Right.
So the idea, my son Zachary, he has ADHD, and that can be really challenging as a parent, and trying to help him navigate that. And so some of that comes into my writing, and so some of the things I felt about my daughter Katie and my son really influenced First Impressions, and those were a lot of things that got left on the cutting room floor. And so, like, I like putting... Like, one of my inspirations for Milo was Carl Reiner on the Dick Van Dyke Show. So he was actually writing that show about his own life. And the writers would come in after the weekend, and they would all ask each other, what did you do with your family? Like, did you go to soccer practice? Like, did you go to the theater? Like, what happened with your kids? What happened with your wife? What happened with your mother-in-law? And so we would try to have some of those discussions on Milo because I thought that made the show more interesting.
Definitely.
So if you look at the first half of season 1, it's really grounded. So it's like the things that are happening to the kids are like back to school night, like that's second half.
Very relatable stuff, yeah.
Like, I mean, like, take event and Milo it. And then turn it into a Milo thing.
Yeah, take common events and kind of turn them into the Milo. And I think you mentioned that at one point, just like finding what's interesting about the mundane.
Yeah.
Which I think...
Yeah, and the mix of the... Go ahead.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was going to say Dan Harmon definitely went with that when he did Community. It was like based off his experience in community college and that whole deal. But yeah, continue.
Just the mundane and the extraordinary.
How they have a balance, the yin and the yang.
Yeah, and because Milo is kind of extraordinary, but he's trying to be normal.
Yeah. All right.
Or rather, he celebrates the extraordinary, but in that normal life.
Right. So it's finding the extraordinary in the ordinary.
Yeah,
Which it's a different perspective on making the most of every day
that's right.
than Phineas. Where Phineas is like, let's do something extraordinary. Milo's like, take the ordinary and make it interesting.
That's right.
All right. Somebody asks, how has your day been progressing?
Pretty good. Thank you very much.
Um. Somebody says my favorite moment in abducting Murphy's Law is when they boo for Milo's dad. He comes out and they
that was one of my lines where I made myself laugh.
He's like, boo. Okay, because, you can get your own snacks.
Yeah, get out of here.
Given his opinion on Doof too, I'm assuming that was added.
Yeah, for sure.
Some people saying both Milo and Phineas are creative and awesome. Can't wait for the new pilot of the Phineas and Ferb film and hopefully a season 3. A lot of people are asking season 3 what would happen. Any more plot lines from season 3? Wait, I think you mentioned on Twitter I brought up a Santa episode where how Santa deals with the Murphys. Was that a writer's room thing or was that just I
think we talked about it once or twice, but once we had done Christmas Peril, and we didn't want to step on what Phineas and Ferb had done.
Right, because that's such a perfect Christmas episode.
That's right. And so that seemed funky. But I will say, this is another idea I had. Okay, Dr. Zone's gift box.
Yeah, hand is in the present.
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to do in season 3 was Cavendish and Dakota get sent to like a null zone.
Oh.
A time that doesn't exist.
So like even further from the time stream.
Yes. And the idea is that at some point we meet the real Dr. Zone.
Oh.
In a universe where he's real. And when we need Cavendish and Dakota most, he pulls his hand out of the box. And that's where the null zone is.
Oh.
And so he's able to get Cavendish and Dakota out of their prison because he's this impossible character.
That's weird. That's great.
I had lots of weird ideas for season 3.
Okay, this is just another one for me. Did the time stream, was that a writer's room idea for the kind of setting scenes in there, or was that something that you took from like Doctor Who? Because I haven't seen Doctor Who. Was the time stream, or is that like...
It was like all of it. It was like,
yeah. I've never seen like a physical time stream outside of time done. Usually time travel's pretty instantaneous and movie.
Yeah, so like the newer episodes of Doctor Who show you some of the time stream. And then there's other precedent for it. But as an in-between space, it's a lot of fun to play with.
Very cool. All right, did you consider a Sarah and Candace centered episode or a Sarah and Vanessa centered episode?
Sarah and Vanessa would have been really cool. And I always thought, I never pitched it, but I always thought like, Candace going to Dakemomo Con and Sarah going to
Dr. Zone Con and they meet.
Yeah, they would have met. Like that didn't seem like a stretch.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Why wasn't Meep in the llama incident? Because he is a llamas. He's played by Lorenzo Lamas.
that would have been. Hey, that's a great idea. That would have been great.
That was fun.
That would have been fun.
Would you ever want the characters to go somewhere out of the tri-state area and interact with more normal people than those who live in the tri-state area?
I want to say that like the first draft of the Phineas movie, like may have gotten into some of that.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't around for that. But I don't know what the details are.
Gotcha. Who is a character? You probably can't answer this because, but whatever. Who is a character that you truly despise on MML and try to avoid writing for?
Character I despise.
Is there any? Do you have any strong feelings negatively, like Jim and with Recurring Raccoon?
I don't think so.
It's like, please.
Like, I mean, I
please don't give me the Elliot episode.
Like, yeah, I think Elliot got harder to write. but just like Bradley, only because we just needed to invest more time.
Right, which is tough with 11
That's
minutes
all.
and with all the
Yeah,
plots.
yeah. Like there's nothing like Christian Slater was hilarious.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Like so that's not an issue.
And you did get to explore his backstory and safety first. I forget who wrote that one. I want to say that was a.
There's actually one of my pitches for season 3 that I'm not going to share, because this was something that we discussed that the people did respond well to, but did involve Elliot.
Okay,
And
that's good.
And a fun way to make him part of the story arc.
That's very cool. Yeah, because Elliot, he wasn't really shafted by season 2, but he had his episodes. He wasn't as integrated.
That's right.
Let's see. Oh, I just lost my place for a second. Okay. What really happened to Roger Doofenshmirtz and the new mayor? The story of Milo's new mayor, the writers' room discussion surrounding that, and what happened. Was there a cover-up? Did he
I think in real life, Bob Bowen had a really funny gag, and he just didn't know who Roger Doofenshmirtz was.
Oh, he didn't work on Phineas?
No, Bob joined Milo.
Gotcha.
And so by the time he had already done it, like we knew that it was the same universe, but we hadn't already decided that they were literally in Danville. Does that make sense?
I got you.
So it's like
same art style, same universe, but you hadn't decided that Milo was in Danville yet. That makes sense.
Yeah, we were like, oh, he could be right here. Like it doesn't have to be Danville. And then at some point it was like, oh well, it probably is. And then by that point we had already done that stuff.
And it was you just had the mayor, so he was there.
Yeah, right. So it was like Roger's gone.
It was like in the one summer he becomes mayor, and then he wins the award for like best mayor for 2 years in a row, and he's only had one term.
the timelines. It's the timelines that crossed.
The Danville political system is.
It's all Derek's fault, you guys.
That's it. And yeah, I think people pointed out everything grows 50 times bigger in the Phineas episode with the fair, and so they go back in time and they're not any bigger, and that's right. So it's so funny. It's such a great gag. Oh yeah, just coming up with all the right ways for stuff like that is good stuff. Yeah. Let's see. What's your favorite story in the episode Milo's World, and how did you come up with that story?
My favorite story. I will say Bob wrote the Constantine one, the one with the ghosts.
Yeah.
So he added that one. My favorite. Man, that's so hard. Jacob Hare, who was the board artist and kind of co-director on that episode, he did such a great job of the D&D portion. Like, he took what was in my head and made it like 10 times better.
The video game part where he's got everything in the backpack, and
it's so great. So when I saw that in boards, I was completely blown away. And the guy, he killed himself, like doing all of the formatting stuff.
Oh, I can imagine the boards in that must have been insane to try and convey, because there's like 3D that they have to work with, and
because he knew exactly what I was trying to do, but to actually render it out, like I mean I killed the poor guy. But I totally love that, and I still really love the end. Like, the end is super important to me.
That we don't find out how he made it. It's up to your imagination.
And that there's still some magic and some mystique, but like the things that Sarah says about her brother, not too sentimental.
The things
and
Sarah
line to cut.
The things Sarah said about her brother weren't too sentimental. Is that what it was?
Yeah, like I had to rewrite it.
Oh, like he's wizardy.
I had to like rewrite like what she finally says.
It was cleaning down the line.
Yes.
Cleaning down.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That's actually, cleaning down is my son.
Really?
So when he was like 3, like we were trying to explain to him cleaning up, and that's where he got that. That's where he said that.
That's so cool.
So I gave that to Milo. That's also Melissa's teeth is also my wife. So when she was in high school, she caught a pop fly with her face.
And so that's where that Melissa gets that bit of her character.
Yep. So again, like the Carl Reiner thing, like I tried to put, real life into the show.
Yeah, infuse what you know and what you love, and it makes it all the more personal. Like I said, you can feel that Milo is a passion project from everybody involved. Just in the final. It's so good. Let's see. Do you think season 3 could possibly be on Disney Plus? Then each season would be on a different network. It went from XD to Disney Channel to Disney Plus.
Man, right? That would be so Milo, right?
It really would.
If we ended up on something that doesn't even exist yet.
They're saying if you get the 3rd pilot, you should call it the Tri-Show Universe.
Tri-Show? That's cool.
Tri-Show Universe. Let's see. A question we need to know: where did the peach come from?
So that was actually Rob Hughes' pitch, and he added that in the boards in animatic, and it was really funny. I don't know where the hell it comes from, but it made everybody laugh, and so we're like, okay, yeah, great.
Yeah. All right. Did you consider showing a 6-year-old Zack at all during first impressions, just for a quick cutaway?
I think we talked about it. But I didn't want to distract. There was even less Bradley in my original. So, like, I didn't want to distract from the Milo Melissa story.
Right, because that's crucial to...
I was very focused on them.
Why that she sticks with him so much.
Yep. Yeah, why would she stick around? She
can make money off of bets with other students.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Milo even allowed to go bowling?
Is he allowed to go bowling? I think his parents let him do anything he wants.
That makes sense.
I think they trust him.
I feel like he'd be afraid of getting his finger stuck in the bowling ball, given his disdain for Chinese finger traps.
That, and it would probably be the least of his problems that day.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing more relatable than having your parents and teacher turned into 5-year-olds.
Right?
Lots of people saying, will season 3 ever happen? We don't know. It's
yeah, I mean, like I said, like, and again, I actually don't have, like I know the story for Candace against the universe. I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about our chances at a season 3 other than
it'll just come out of nowhere. They'll announce that it's been done, and you'll be like on Twitter scrolling, and I'll have tweeted about it. You're like, wait, I didn't know we got a season 3.
I will say this. Hopefully Disney's not going to be upset with me, but I will say that the writers, before we all finished our contracts, we did submit a proposal for what season 3 would look like. So we did have written ideas for the character arcs, for the season arc, that we built as a team.
So Disney's got it in their hands. If they want to do it, they know it's a viable. It's not the writer's room up and left with Fear and Loathing and.
No. We had discussions about it. I think Jay came and talked to us one day and was like, you guys should put something together so we can talk about it.
Make it really strong. Yeah. Let's see. Somebody asks, would you like to step into our dark windowless van?
Windowless van.
Was that a joke that was tough to get through?
I don't remember if we got pushback, but I do remember that was kind of late in the game, and it was a really funny pitch.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Really, really funny.
And great way to use the Lumberzaks, too. Man,
that was super fun.
Yeah. Bring everything from the season.
That was I was really happy with how that turned out, because I pitched the lumber, I wrote in my script, because I was just being ridiculous. I was like, it's a lumberjack-themed boy band. And that was always in my first draft. And when I got my first round of notes, Dan and Swampy thought it was hilarious. And Dan had been working with another songwriter And so they took, I want to say that they took her tune and then they wrote the chop on top of that.
There was, yeah, I think he reskinned the lyrics. I forget what the original was, but he's definitely said that somewhere. I'd have to look into that again.
Yeah, I think he did. But that was like, that was one of those things like Hamasaur, like that I just put in the script to make myself laugh.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if he's in a boy band, yeah, it was just to be goofy.
It's a fun secret.
Like between that and like Horseface, the horse barbarian,
the equestrian barbarian
vacation, like that, the equestrian barbarian, like I just put that stuff in to make myself laugh, and then when other people in the writers' room are laughing, it's like it's really fun.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. Let's see. As a season 3, did you guys pitch that it would take place in spring, given that you had fall, winter, spring?
Yep, we did talk about that.
Spring, good stuff. Do you think Phineas and Ferb could ever return for season 5?
I think it could, yeah.
Yeah, if Disney would Dan and Swampy seem kind of open to that idea, or?
Yeah, I think it really depends on Disney's investment. So
just what they choose to do. Because Dan and Swampy signed the development contract back, I think, with season 4 of Phineas to develop new stuff.
Yeah, and I don't know how this is affected. My understanding is that the Candace movie is totally its own thing.
Yeah, that was Disney Plus saying we wanted something big.
Yep.
Let's see. I feel like the messages from Phineas and Ferb and Milo Murphy's Law came to me in the exact timings of my life. First, it was make the best of every day, and now it's like life is hard, but we can overcome it and enjoy it.
Well said. That's 100% what we're shooting for. Absolutely.
Good stuff. How come Doof is said to have created time travel 50 years after the events of Phineas and Ferb and Milo, but Phineas and Ferb made the time machine in the museum in season 1 of Phineas and Ferb?
Oh, so we actually had like multiple conversations about this. So one of the things that we decided was that it's a time stream thing.
Yeah.
Number 1. So it's like as soon as the Pistachions invade, we start going on a different track. So it's like if the Phineas continuity was going like this.
Right.
As soon as Derek does his thing, we're coming down and we're going here.
Gotcha. So the timeline where Phineas and Ferb might have potentially pioneered time travel and given that to the public is no longer existent because of what Derek did.
Yeah, it just got altered.
Gotcha.
But we also, like, one of the things we talked about was at some point Doof going back and actually being that guy.
Oh, being Xavier Onassis?
Yeah.
So wow, that's a deep cut.
We talked about the potential of, like, that's maybe also why he's dressed the way he's dressed.
Well, right, because you established the time traveler Bermuda Triangle too back in the race.
That's
where
right.
You got everybody stuck there.
Yep. So some of that episode came from those initial conversations. I remember specifically Swampy throwing out like, yeah, he could be Xavier. There's no. Like, we don't know Xavier well enough.
He's like had 3 lines, if that.
Right. To be able to go like that's not him. You know what I mean?
Tie it into the Pistachion. He just pulls off a mask. Oh, it's actually Doof. Bingo, bango.
Ta-da!
Easy. Good stuff. Let's see. The Jim cameos. Does everybody really not care about Jim?
That's one of those like, that's super inside baseball like. And then it just stays, and like I wish I could remember like who said it the first time.
That'd be funny.
But Jim is like a font of knowledge.
So he'll just always say things and just be spewing, and it's like, okay, stop.
Yeah,
nobody cares.
Like, and Jim, I love you. You don't be mad at me. Like at one point, I started razzing him. We were working Milo or Candace, I can't remember. At some point, he was in the middle of sharing something. Oh, did I lose you?
No, you're good. You're saying he was at one point in the middle of sharing something.
He was in the middle of like monologuing, and I think I turned. Maybe this was on Milo. I think I turned to Val and said, "It's like I'm stuck in a class I didn't sign up for." and like, and that's like one of my favorite memories. And like, but Jim knows a lot about a lot of things. Like he could teach classes.
Which is what makes him such an asset to the show, because you can just
Yeah.
get. Was he like the person who would like pitched Aglet? It's like, did you know Aglet?
I don't know that he was, but he could have been. Like that is entirely possible.
That's fantastic. What's your opinion on take 2 with Phineas and Ferb?
Oh, I thought that was cute. I thought it was funny.
The flash animation's a little.
You know what? It's the same thing that we ran into with the Doof Daily Dirts.
Yeah.
It's like they don't want to spend the money, but they want more stuff.
Yeah. Whatever they're doing with the new Doof random rings, I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen those on Disney's YouTube? They put the good money into the animation. That stuff looks good.
Yeah, so it just depends on whether they have the budget.
Yeah. How emotional was the last day of summer episode? I'll admit, got teary-eyed at the end.
Oh my gosh. I will say Sue Parado, who was one of our directors on that episode.
Yeah.
She added the thing at the end where Phineas looks to camera.
And waves.
And that was not there.
Oh my gosh.
And so we didn't see it until animatic. And most of us lost it.
Oh man.
It was so perfect. It was so perfect.
It really was the perfect send-off for the show. Definitely. Yeah. Were you at the party Aaron was talking about where you guys got together and watched Actor Age and Last Day of Summer together, like all the cast and
Oh crew? Yeah. Like when we wait a minute.
He said Vincent and Allison Stoner were there, and it was like at Dan's house and they were just all hanging out or something.
Yeah, I did get to go to that. And yeah, that was actually really cool. Like because I don't know them at all. Like Vincent and I want to say are mutuals on Twitter, but like I won't, like when I met Vincent, I met him at like a Dan's birthday party, and we got to talk about his time on Walking Dead.
That's pretty cool.
Like that was super cool. But like I don't think any of the cast would know me if I introduced myself.
Yeah. Let's see. What's your favorite episode of Phineas and Ferb? Just overall.
My favorite. I love Second Dimension.
Second Dimension's really solid.
Man, that's tough because sometimes I'm like, I like that moment or I like that song.
I always say Improbably Not is my favorite regular episode because it's just they have no intro. Buford's always like, this is why you gotta have an intro. It's got a fun song with all the actors singing. Doof's plot is that he's trying to eat all the food at the fast food buffet is to put them out of business. It's just a very simple episode, but it does everything the show does best.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
That was a fun one.
Oh, were you a part of that one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I really love it. It's like somebody points out, he's like, you could just, get rid of the middleman. Just shoot. You could sell this device and people would use it because they can keep eating without gaining weight.
Oh, wait. What episode was that? What season?
That was the Not episode. That was season 4.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Somebody said Dakota and Cavendish probably just messed up Robert Doofenshmirtz's existence.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it.
I mean, he's February 29th.
Somebody else says that Roger had to resign as a result of his own Watergate. Do you have a favorite minor extra? So I guess like fourth ordinary character. Because like I know like Ash likes to slip in like these two guys in like all of her boards. Like they never have any lines. Like are there any like minor characters that you just like have a strange affinity for? No.
I was just always trying to put myself in Milo as much as I could.
Oh yeah, you were missing Milo. Your character's voiced by D. Bradley Baker, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's a surreal thing. The fact that like there's a character that looks like me in the opening sequence.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I always forget that they're in the opening sequence.
Like you can see, and Scott's there too, right? So it's like it's Dan and Swampy, and me and Scott are in the opening sequence.
Did you guys ever think about changing the title sequence for season 2, or was that just budget and Disney said no? Or
I think we absolutely talked about that. Like we talked about adding and taking stuff out.
How come that never went through?
Because it was just as complicated as the stuff that we were trying to do on the show proper.
Gotcha.
And it just got to be too much.
It wasn't like DuckTales where you can like switch out a panel and like throw in a little thing here. It's a more complex title sequence.
Yeah.
With the way everything... Well, there's like certain beats too. Like the bike comes in, and then there's like the pause and the boulder. It's a lot of moving parts.
That's right. Yeah, Kyle knocked that thing out of the park.
Let's see. Just getting a few more here. Can you imagine?
Yeah, let's do like 3 more.
3 more. All right.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how the dynamic between Milo and Amanda would be as a couple, and also how the wife of the Murphys through the ages get used to Murphy's Law, avoiding divorce?
Okay, let me do the first one first.
That's a deep one.
So I think Amanda would be really healthy for Milo, because she would be able to offer a practicality because this is how I think mom and dad work. So mom is able to ground and center Martin.
Right.
And so I think that that's what Amanda would be able to offer. And then Milo would be able to allow Amanda some adventure. Right? So that would be the...
Kind of open up her horizons. You kind of get a little bit like she starts skateboarding and other stuff in season 2.
That's what we tried to set up, yeah.
Yeah.
And then what's the second part?
The other part is how do the wives of the Murphys get used to Murphy's Law and avoid divorce?
And avoid divorce. Love. It's only love.
Love. All right.
It's the only way. It's the only way.
That's true. You just gotta work through the problems and let love lead the way.
That's it.
Let's see. Who came up with the song "Rooting for the Enemy"?
I think Rob wrote that.
All right.
Rob and Martin and the gang, I want to say.
Rob, Martin, and the gang. And all right, I think the last one we'll take here is... Oh boy, I just lost my spot. Why didn't we see Balloony in Milo Murphy's Law?
Oh, I think we tried to pitch him a couple times.
You tried to pitch Balloony stuff?
Yeah, well, again, like, and me, and again, it's just like...
It's not Milo, it's Phineas.
Who's that for, right? So it's like, we were trying to build a new audience and grab... And then at some point, it's just like, okay, that cameo might be funny, but yeah, or just like, is it worth throwing it away? Like, I think at one point we talked about doing an episode where it was like a bunch of cameos, or like throwing a bunch of them in the background in something, like just to do it.
Just to say, oh, we had basically every Phineas character in this one episode of Milo, but none of them said anything. That would have been funny.
Right, because it would be like a gag.
Yeah. Yep. I dig it. All right, I think that's all our questions that we're going to do. Thank you so much for coming on, Josh. It has been an absolute blast.
Yeah, there was that one thing we wanted to do, though, right?
Yeah, definitely. We wanted to talk about, just right now, with everything that's going on in America and all of the turmoil, and for all of you who are just, kind of staying at home or don't want to go out and protest, there are many ways that you can contribute to the Black Lives Matter cause. So I put a link in the description to the site that can take you to other places where you can donate and you can find out more. And we're still on audio here, so I'm going to kind of switch it over so you can see it right now. So yeah, you can take a look at this and just, I really, really do encourage you to donate and to sign petitions and to just support this cause just because it's so important right now.
And the link that Jonathan's talking about is a great resource. I've used it myself, and it's given me a lot of information and things that I can do actively on a daily basis or a weekly or a monthly basis. And, I think this is an opportunity for us to come together and support people who need it. And it's like it's a very Milo thing to do. And it seems like it's a Phineas did, and I don't speak but it's like those are the things that I learned working on shows.
Exactly. And you want to make sure you apply those lessons and that you're setting an example in your life for others and all that. So.
And there's an opportunity for us to do that. So I would encourage you all to look into that and see how we can help each other and to help the movement so that we get on the same page.
Absolutely.
So thank you guys. Thank you for watching.
Yes, thank you for joining us on the live stream of it. It has just been so much fun getting so many questions answered, and again, thank you for coming on. It has just been so much fun.
Jonathan, this is 4 hours.
I know. But now we have the definitive Milo interview to go to. If people want, it's like you have a question about Milo Cannon. I'm pretty sure it was answered somewhere in the live stream. Go ahead and listen to it.
You know, it's really funny because now I'm thinking, I'm like, there's so much other stuff we could have talked about too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. We barely touched on Phineas too.
Yeah, so maybe we'll do another one, or like do one where we can talk about specific episodes.
I would absolutely love to go through episode by episode. You pull out the old drafts and just quote.
Yeah,
jokes
that could be really
cut.
interesting. That could be really interesting.
Definitely. So yeah,
that we might have to get permission for, but.
But that, yeah, again, definitely we'll have to get in touch and do something again like this soon, because this was amazing.
It was my pleasure, and I hope that all of you had fun. Thank you all for who watched and supported the show, and thank you, Jonathan, for your support. We really appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, man. I hope you have a fantastic night. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Alrighty. That was my interview with Joshua Pruett. I'm switching it back to my regular setup. Yeah, so again, thank you all so much for watching. Please go ahead and donate to Black Lives Matter. Take a look, sign petitions. If you missed parts of the interview, go ahead and put it on in the background while you're signing petitions. And again, just thank you so much for being a part of Phineas Flynn's Law and for tuning into the live stream. So, until next time, this has been Jonathan, and I'll see you next time on Phineas Flynn's Law.